illusions gone. The time has come to make or break. Move on, don't hesitate. Break out, don't stop to ask. Now you've found a break to make it last. You've got to find a way, so what you want to say, break out. Well, situations never change. Tomorrow looks unsure. Don't leave your destiny to chance. What are you waiting for? The time has come to make or break. Break out. Don't stop to ask. Now you've found a break to make it last. You've got to find a way, so what you want to say, break out, break out. Don't stop to ask. Now you've found a break to make it last. You've got to find a way, so what you want to say, break out.
let go. Hold the pain will eat me if I don't. How can I cope and feeling so low since you have hit the road? Turn to a person I no longer know. Memories of us will still give me hope. I'm still haunted by all these ghosts. I don't feel wanted, I've been on my own. Nobody's calling me up on my phone, and I need you to talk, but I just get the tone. Yeah, wish we ain't met. Sometimes I feel like I'm better off dead. What hurts the most is you were my best friend. Now you're the one that my heart regrets. I'm not enough. What's the point if we don't got trust? No one listens, I'm feeling stuck. Can't move on from the thought of us. Hey, don't even have a choice. Move across the map and you couldn't join. Going numb in my heart void. Our love is now being destroyed. Feeling certain no one is perfect. Hide my smile behind the curtain. Wish your mind but don't got the courage. Can't leave the thoughts that say I'm worthless, but alone doing shots. I know we fighting, it happens a lot. Lately been acting like someone I'm not. Don't know what happened, you think I forgot. Yeah. I wish I never met you, but I still wanna hold you. Getting over you is just something I can't do. I wanna feel brand new, it's just something I can't do.
Isn't easy to say, cause we haven't talked in a month. And when you see me with him, you'll probably think I moved on. Yeah, I lie to him when I say that I'm over you. Yeah, I know it's messed up, but the truth is, every time I'm with him, it just makes me miss you more. Even though there's someone new, yeah, they'll never be my cure. And I know they say it helps, but I swear I was feeling better before. I guess I miss you more. I miss you more. I guess I miss you more. Got me thinking about you, probably more than I should. And I know that it's wrong, but what can I do when every time I'm with him, it just makes me miss you more. Even though there's someone new, yeah, they'll never be my cure. And I know they say it helps, but I swear I was feeling better before. I guess I miss you more. I miss you more. I guess I miss you more. Tell me, would you pick up if I called you right now, so that I could tell you I miss you? Tell me, would you pick up if I called you right now, so that I could tell you, so that I could tell you I don't wanna be with him, I can't do it anymore. I'm not getting over you, maybe you're the only cure. I'm not ready to move on, can we go back till so long. Oh, my demons scream the echoes. And I'm cleaning light of the past and love. I feel shade high, shining so raise the Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the University of Minho. Welcome to the Arqus Annual Conference. My name is Cristina Sun, and I'm a master's student in translation and multilingual communication at the University of Minho.
Good morning. My name is José Eduardo, and I'm a law student here at UMinho. Even at considerable risks, we would like to welcome you in all the languages of our alliance. Willkommen.
Bienvenidos.
Bienvenue.
Benvenuti.
Žveki Atvika.
Vitame.
Bem-vindos. It is with great enthusiasm that we welcome you in our country. This year's annual conference goes under the topic Connecting Universities, Addressing Challenges, and aims to foster dialogue and collaboration with a focus on exploring transversal themes encompassing education, research, and societal engagement.
The 2024 Annual Conference of the Arqus European University Alliance, held as part of Minho's 50th anniversary celebrations, aims to contribute to the advancement of higher education, research, and societal engagement across the Alliance, while strengthening the bonds and collaboration within the Arqus community.
The University of Minho, celebrating its Golden Jubilee this year, stands as a beacon of excellence and innovation. Over the past 50 years, it has not only transformed the national educational landscape, but also significantly impacted the Minho region through pioneering research, community engagement, and the cultivation of a vibrant academic environment. From cutting-edge technological advancements to impactful social initiatives, the University of Minho has been at the forefront, driving positive change and fostering growth in the region. Being among Arqus partners is a privilege. Together, we are a formidable force, pushing the boundaries of knowledge, nurturing innovation, and addressing the most pressing challenges of our time. This conference is an opportunity to celebrate our collective achievements, share insights, and envision a future where our collaboration continues to thrive.
Let us embrace this occasion to connect, collaborate, and contribute to the ever-evolving landscape of higher education and research. Welcome to the 2024 Arqus Annual Conference, and here's to a productive and inspiring gathering. To begin this opening session, it is my pleasure to introduce Professor Dorothy Kelly from the University of Granada, the coordinator of the Arqus Alliance. Professor Kelly has been a driving force behind the Alliance, bringing together diverse institutions and fostering a collaboration spirit that transcends borders. Her dedication to advancing higher education and research within the Arqus community is truly inspiring. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dorothy Kelly to the stage. Yes, please.
Okay.
I can go that way. Good morning, and thank you for that very warm welcome. Thank you, Rector, for joining me. Rector of the University of Minho, rectors of Arqus universities, Deputy Mayor of Guimarães, Vice-Rectors, colleagues, friends. It is an enormous pleasure for me to be once again here at the University of Minho for this 2024 annual conference. The conference is, as our presenters have already said, directly involved in the 50th anniversary celebrations of the University of Minho. So it's a very special year for the university, and I would like, first of all, to congratulate the University of Minho on behalf of the Arqus community on such a special celebration. So congratulations, Rector, congratulations to the whole University of Minho. Perhaps I should also add congratulations on last night's events in extremis. It promises to be an interesting week. I would, of course, like to thank the University of Minho for your wonderful hospitality always, and for your constant and strong commitment to the Arqus Alliance. This has also been a special year for the European Universities Initiative in many ways, because the systemic impact of the initiative is beginning to become obvious on the higher education panorama in Europe. And in particular, I'm thinking of the publication of the Higher Education Package by the European Commission on the 27th of March, which centres around a blueprint for a European degree, an attempt to solve one of the long-standing challenges which we have been facing in European universities, that is, an easier way to set up joint academic offer. And it does look now as if we actually have a roadmap which promises to attempt to move forward in a systemic fashion. Of course, the ball is in the court of the member states because the European Union has no competence in education, but I think this will be a strong driver, and we very much look forward to that rolling out. Alongside the other two documents which form this higher education package, that is, on the one hand, the draft council recommendations on quality assurance, directly linked to joint programs and very important for all of us. And perhaps even more importantly, the draft recommendation on attractive careers in higher education. It is clear that a great deal needs to be done to improve, to take away a little bit of the stress involved in academic careers. And these recommendations address some of the issues that we will also be discussing here at the conference, such as a change in research assessment, such as better conditions for staff, both academic, professional and technical, at our universities, and in particular, parity of esteem between our two major missions of education, teaching and research. So a lot of momentum which I hope we will be able to make good use of. At the same time, as we face the long-term challenges of an initiative of this kind, I will mention perhaps just two at a very general level. The first is how to consolidate a research dimension within the alliances. And the second is how to ensure sustainable funding, which will also address the research dimension of our activity. So these are the issues that are on the table and which will no doubt come up in our discussions later on this week. This has been another busy year for Arqus. I don't think I need to say that to most of you in the room. I think you are all very aware of just how much work is going on. This is our 5th year of funded activity, the 6th year since the Alliance was founded, so we are in a period of consolidation, a period of upscaling and institutionalizing what we are doing as an alliance. And for that, it is very important to see just how we are gradually embedding the alliance and alliance activities in our institutional strategies. The theme of this conference, as we heard, is connecting universities addressing challenges. So it's all about addressing challenges together. And that is what we will be looking at today in the plenary sessions, as we have a plenary session addressing each of our major missions, a plenary session on education and how the alliances can transform the educational scene and the internationalization of education. We will have a panel session on research, where we will be addressing the issues of research assessment. We will have a panel session on societal engagement, which at such a troubled time for the world is a very, very important issue, where we will be addressing the concept of universities as places of sanctuary. And tomorrow, speaking of together, we will be sharing our experiences with those of other alliances, and we have invited representatives of 4 other alliances to share their experience in different areas of activity with us. But of course, the annual conference is not just about plenary sessions. It is perhaps very specially about community building in the broadest sense, but also about community building in our smaller groups. So amongst the working groups, amongst the communities of practice, amongst the boards, and it is really a very, very great pleasure to see so many of you here face to face, because I think we all know that it is only in face-to-face meetings where we can really establish those bonds which produce the trust on which an endeavour of this kind must be based. We are particularly happy to welcome, apart from all the members of the working groups and the boards, the rectors, the vice-rectors, our International Advisory Board, which plays an extremely important role in bringing an external perspective to what we're doing and to saying, hey, careful, maybe that's not the way you want to go, or have you thought about that? And we're very, very grateful to the 4 of you who are here, so welcome and thank you. And may I say, we are also very happy to have with us today a delegation from our associate partner in Kiev, the Mohyla Academy. So welcome to the delegation from Mohyla. So this is a complex initiative. It's a challenging initiative, but we have 2-3 days ahead of us to move forward, slowly, gradually, carefully. I think we all know that even a single university is a complex organization. So when we have 9 universities together, the level of complexity rises, but so does the added value. And the added value which bringing together 9 strong, research-intensive and enthusiastically international institutions brings to all of us is extremely important. And that, to a very, very, very large extent, depends on all of you. And I would like to take this advantage to thank all of you for your very, very intense work and effort on Arqus over the years. And I would like to wish you a very productive, a very fruitful, and a very enjoyable 3 days together. Thank you very much.
And now, we will give the floor to our rector, Professor Rui Vieira de Castro.
Muito obrigado. Muito bem. Não, pelo amor de Deus. Bom dia. Good morning to everyone. Dear rectors, presidents, vice-rectors of the Universities of Arqus Alliance, dear Deputy Mayor of Guimarães, dear vice-rectors and pro-rectors of the University of Minho, the deans of schools and institutes of our institution, dear members of the Arqus community, dear guests. My warmest welcome to the annual conference of Arqus Alliance and to the University of Minho. It is an honor for me to declare open the annual conference of the Arqus Alliance. As we are all aware, the initiative of European Universities Alliance, taken by the European Union, is a very ambitious one. It has, as we are all aware, its major aims, the establishment of consortia among higher education institutions all across Europe, in a way that benefits will arise for our students, our academic and non-academic staff, our institutions, and our societies. The initiative has a long-term strategic and sustainable orientation as a condition for the improvement of the position of European higher education institutions in the global landscape and to foster European values and identity. Since the launching of the initiative, it became obvious its importance for the University of Minho. Thus, we decided to put our best efforts in designing and developing our participation in the initiative. At this moment, I'd like to express our gratitude to all members of the Arqus Alliance, with a special thanks to the current and former rectors of the University of Granada, Pedro Mercado and Pilar Aranda, and to Dorothy Kelly for your continuous support. It has been a very demanding journey, but also a very exciting one. A journey in which we are learning every day and we are making our institutions better and better. Why is it so important for us, for our institutions, to participate in Arqus? The Alliance makes possible to increase the level of internationalization of our universities through the promotion of mobility, I'd say systematic promotion of mobility, of students and staff. This participation of our members in different institutional cultures, practices, and environments is a major factor of enrichment of our people's lives, both professional and personal, opening our minds to new perspectives about the others and about the world. The Alliance promotes the quality of our research through fostering international cooperation, putting together researchers and research teams belonging to different and well-qualified institutions, reinforcing our abilities to search answers to the complex problems our societies are facing today, be it digital transition, climate change, public health, or social inequalities. The Alliance is helping us to collectively improve the quality of the education we provide through new and innovative joint educational programs, pioneering curriculum design and pedagogic practices across our different institutions. Cooperation at institutional level is always a productive way of promoting innovation. The Alliance fosters the social impact of our universities. It is true that our institutions are inserted in different social, economic, and cultural contexts. However, it is also true that because we are committed to change those contexts, productive dialogues among our institutions, they are really effective. The fact that we share common objectives, such as the development of our regions and social progress allows us to consider collectively new modes of driving social innovation. The Alliance helps us increasing our levels of efficiency through the sharing of resources, and it opens possibilities of developing ambitious projects in education and research domains that hardly could be undertaken by universities alone. The Alliance increases our possibilities of acting successfully in the political field, namely at the European and national levels. A common voice has always more possibilities of being heard and influencing the design of education and research policies, and this is an added value that one cannot ignore. Finally, the Alliance can be helpful to ensure a more solid position of our institutions in the global higher education landscape. The Alliance, through the articulation of our strengths, can support our institutions to be more effective in attracting high-quality students, researchers, and funding. In sum, through the Alliance, all our institutions can contribute better to the European higher education area and to the European research area, fostering excellent research and education and institutional quality. These are at least some of the reasons why we are all so strongly committed to the success of Arqus. This is why we put so many human and financial resources in it. This is why we dedicate so many efforts to development of Arqus and different projects in which we are currently involved. And this is, of course, why we directors, and I can speak by directors, we consider to be of so great importance this Arqus annual conference. Together with the Directors' Council that took place yesterday in Guimarães, the conference is always a key moment for the Arqus Alliance. This is the moment in which we take into account what we have already achieved, but above all, we put into perspective what we want the future to be. We try to design a program that corresponds to our common interests and needs. I hope you find it useful, and I urge you to participate effectively in different sessions that will take place. This is a unique moment, as Dorothy underlined, a unique moment for reinforcing our sense of Arqus community. I hope you can enjoy academic activities as well as social interactions that these moments always provide. I also hope that you take advantage of the multiple possibilities that the cities of Braga and Guimarães offer to have a pleasant time. Allow me to thank vividly everyone, both at the University of Minho and the Arqus structure involved in the organization of the conference. With great energy, enthusiasm, and personal sacrifice, they made this event possible. Thank you very much. I wish you all good work, and may this be an experience for everyone to remember with joy in the future. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank Ms. Dorothy Kelly and our director for their very inspiring and thoughtful words. But the opening session has come to an end, and with the permission of our rector and our coordinator, we will begin the first plenary session of this conference. As we move into our first session, let's take a moment to reflect on the vital role that research plays in our universities and communities. Research is the cornerstone of innovation, driving progress and addressing the complex challenges we face today. However, the way we assess research can greatly influence its direction and impact.
This session, titled The Positive Potential of Research Assessment Reform, is particularly close to our hearts. Reforming research assessment holds the promise of unlocking new potentials, encouraging more diverse and impactful research, and fostering an environment where creativity and collaboration can thrive. So let's open our minds as we embark on this important discussion, aiming to harness the full potential of research for the betterment of all. To discuss this topic, we give the floor to Elizabeth Gath, Vice President of Kohara Steering Board.
Good morning, everybody. Such a pleasure to be with you today. As nicely introduced, my name is Elizabeth Gadd. I'm one of the vice chairs of the Kohara Steering Board. I also chair the International Network of Research Management Societies Research Evaluation Group, and Loughborough University in the UK pay my salary. So thank you to them. So thank you so much for this opportunity to speak to you today about the positive potential of research assessment reform, something very close to my heart. So, that doesn't look quite right. Is that just that one? Okay, let's hope it's just this one. And I will just talk you through what this slide was meant to say. I'm hoping to answer 3 questions in the next 20 minutes. Firstly, why we actually need research assessment reform, and I think it's quite important to remind ourselves of that. Secondly, what common themes are emerging from the many and varied attempts to reform research assessments. I'm not just focusing on Kohara today. And then finally, some challenges and tensions that we will need to navigate if assessment reform is to be successful. So let's first have a look at some of the high-level features of the current research assessment landscape. Why do we care about research assessment reform? And I think the first thing we have to acknowledge is that research is probably one of the most assessed professions in the world, some of which is entirely justified, some of which is not. So researchers are assessed on their publications, their grant income, their citations, their teaching quality, their international reach, their so-called esteem indicators, journal editorships and so on. They're assessed by institutions, by funders, by government, in national assessments, by myriad services that decide to set themselves up as researcher rankings experts, and most of all by fellow researchers engaging in what I call measure for pleasure type activities. They're assessed for jobs, for promotion, for appraisal, for tenure, for grant proposals, and various awards, prizes, and honours. Who would be a researcher? But of course, whilst there are many aspects of a researcher's activity that comes under scrutiny, the truth is that research assessment is still largely publication dominant. And this was evidenced by the 2019 European University Association survey into research assessment practices in the transition to open science, where respondents, as you can see, overwhelmingly 90% identified research publications as either very important or important in their career assessment. And other things that we care about at the bottom there, such as the societal impacts of research and open research, were just not highly valued at all in career progress. But researchers are, that's another one that's not quite displaying properly, apologies for that. Researchers are only one element of what I call the research evaluation food chain. And of course, hold on. Looks like, okay, we're here. And of course, the reason they're so heavily assessed by universities and funders on their publication performance is that universities are assessed themselves by funders and governments on the same measures. So in the UK, Outputs are 50% of our National Research Excellence Framework exercise. In other countries, the reliance on publication performance is far greater. Why are they so interested in outputs? Well, because that's how they are assessed on the global stage by our apex predator, as I call them, the global university rankings. And of course, we cannot ignore the role of data vendors in this process, keeping that food chain alive through the endless supply of largely bibliometric data. And these interdependencies between different elements of the food chain is why research assessment is so difficult to fix, because where do you break this chain? And of course, this is having a significantly negative effect on research culture, as the landmark Wellcome Trust report on what researchers think of research culture made very clear. So this word cloud is of terms that researchers used to describe research culture, and it painted a very sorry picture, with competition dominating the essentially collaborative nature of research, and of course that's what we're celebrating today with the Arqus Alliance, leaving researchers feeling pressured and insecure, fueled often again by publication-dominated metrics. And of course, an over-reliance on publication metrics to make decisions leads to significant inequity across the research ecosystem. Indeed, if you just eyeball the outcomes of many existing evaluation approaches, it's immediately obvious who repeatedly wins under our current publication-based assessment regimes. So here are the best biology scientists, according to research.com. And if your eyesight is as bad as mine, they are all white men. And if you look at the sources of data fueling these assessments, you can see part of the problem. So here are the locations of journals indexed by Scopus, which of course is the basis for many research assessments, where 81% are from the global north. And of course, of most concern to us all should be the impact this has on the integrity of the research that we are doing, because an over-reliance on publication-dominant forms of assessment is that researchers then feel pressured to, guess what, publish. And we know that those papers that get published are those that report generally positive results. So this was a really interesting study. It looked at the cumulative effect of reporting and citation biases on what eventually ends up in the scholarly record. So they started on the left with all of the clinical trials registered relating to the treatment of depression, and the red dots on bar A on the left-hand side there show the proportion of negative trials relative to those that had positive results. Those are the green dots. And the next bar shows the proportion of all of those positive and negative trials that actually made it into the literature at all. The next bar shows the proportion of those published studies that actually focused on the negative findings. The next shows the proportion of those published studies that put a positive spin on those negative findings. And the final bar shows which of those studies ultimately got cited by resizing the dots according to citedness. And from this, we can conclude that there is absolutely no citation glory, the tiny red dots on the right-hand side, to be found in negative trials, no matter how absolutely critical they are to scholarship. And of course, this distorts our understanding of the world, as this study highlighted. So this example shows that 95 out of 100 studies found no association between autism and brain region. 5 did find a false positive result, and of course, those 5 got published. So now when you do a search for autism and cerebellum, you find 1 negative and 5 supporting studies, which is deeply problematic and not representative of the truth. So to counter some of the worst excesses of poor assessment practices, a number of bodies started developing sets of principles for responsible research assessment. Obviously, DORA, the Declaration on Research Assessment, is perhaps the most famous, introduced in 2012, and essentially a backlash against the use of the journal impact factor to assess individual researchers or articles. Then we had the Leiden Manifesto in 2015, which is 10 principles for the responsible use of bibliometrics across a range of evaluative settings. The Metric Tide report came a couple of months later. That was 5 principles for the use of all research metrics, which were recently updated with the Harnessing the Metric Tide report in 2022. In 2019, we gained the Hong Kong principles for researcher assessment that are based around research integrity. And of course, then in July of 2022, the European Commission, European University Association, and Science Europe established a coalition to develop the Agreement on Reforming Research Assessment, which is who I'm representing today. But I also want to mention the INORMS scope framework, which is part of the COARA toolbox, and that's a mechanism by which many of these principles can actually be worked out in practice. And very encouragingly, this reform movement is gaining significant traction, as evidenced by COARA gaining over 700 signatories from 50 countries. That's over 25% of all countries in the world. Very exciting, with Europe obviously dominating so far, but all continents, bar Antarctica, are now represented. But we are working on those penguins. So what are some of the common themes of these developments? So one of the most important themes, I think, is this need to be value-led in our evaluations and to value a broader range of contributions. So the first commitment of the COARA is to recognise the diversity of contributions to research. We need to care about them all, value them all, reward them all. The scope framework has as its first step, start with what you value about the thing you're evaluating. The Humane Metrics Initiative is a value-led approach to assessing research in the humanities and social sciences. And a related theme is the need for much better data about the things that we do actually value in order to deliver on our value-led objectives. To measure what matters, we need to be able to actually measure what matters. And we can't always do that at the moment. So one of the Harnessing the Metric Tide recommendations was for a community-developed set of research culture indicators, enabling the community to use data for good, which is now underway as part of the UK Research Excellence Framework, People, Culture and Environment Indicators work. And many of the services are now seeking to surface a broader range of data about the things we care about, including things like Dimensions Research Integrity, which is using the bibliographic record to surface so-called trust markers around data reporting, conflicts of interest, and so on. Of course, the danger here is that this takes us back to the bibliographic record as a basis for assessment, which is something we'd ideally avoid. So there's something to be worked through there. A focus on co-design and co-evaluation is another feature of an improved world of research assessment, making good on the nothing about me without me principle, and alongside that, the desire to put equity at the heart of everything we do. I think the Humane Metrics Initiative says it all. Our research talent is everything. It's all we have. And it's in all of our interests to ensure that all the talent gets a fair chance to participate and to succeed. So for this reason, COARA has diversity, inclusiveness, and collaboration as its second principle for assessment criteria. Evaluating with the evaluated, not to the evaluated or on the evaluated, is one of the principles of the scope framework, and one of its most important stages is to probe evaluation designs for unintended consequences and discriminatory effects. And I think this focus on equity is what is at the heart of another common theme in research assessment, and that is to rethink the global university rankings. We love to rank, but we only ever really need to rank when there is limited resource on offer, i.e. we need to pick a winner. And interestingly, even research funders who do fall into this category, they need to pick winners, are increasingly using lotteries in funding allocation, accepting that true rankings, robust rankings, where one entity is securely placed higher or lower than another, cannot always be successfully created, and that there's usually clusters of similarly performing entities. So the INORMS Research Evaluation Group has long argued for more critical approaches to university rankings, and so was thrilled that one of the 4 core commitments of COARA is to avoid using university rankings in the assessment of research and researchers. And the INORM's most recent initiative in this space is called More Than Our Rank, and it provides universities with an opportunity to highlight in a narrative statement the many and varied ways that they serve the world that are not currently captured by any global university ranking. And the INORM's narrative approach to university assessment leads me neatly on to my final common theme of new assessment approaches, and that is a general move towards more qualitative narrative methods, such as narrative CVs. So the second commitment of the Agreement on Advancing Research Assessment is to prize peer review over quantitative approaches, something they borrowed almost directly from DORA. And whilst there is a role for data and indicators in assessments at scale, on the whole, we should be using qualitative methods to assess qualitative things, to provide a better, less reductive picture of the often complex and nuanced nature of research and researchers that we are seeking to assess. So that might all sound eminently sensible, but of course, as with any social change, there will be tensions and challenges to navigate. The first being the need for globalization and collective action in a world that's increasingly geopolitically charged and that prizes autonomy. So research assessment, like research itself, is a global endeavor. So research assessment reforms also need to be global. However, as we saw with the introduction of fairer assessment regimes in the Netherlands through their recognition and reward program, young researchers expressed concern about building a career around contributions that might ultimately turn out to be completely undervalued in other parts of the world, leaving them at a disadvantage. That's why these international initiatives like COARA and DORA and the Global Research Council now has a responsible research assessment working group, which is really encouraging, are so very important. But of course, even within these coalitions, as you'll no doubt found in your own coalition, not everyone will sign, not everyone will agree. And a really important principle of COARA is that of institutional autonomy, without which it may not have gained so much attraction. But if there's too much autonomy and not enough agreement, how fast will we get to move forward? Another challenge I think we face is that in our efforts to assess researchers across a broader range of criteria, we run the danger of increasing the burden on them rather than reducing it. And in these financially straitened times, there's a lot of work going on to reduce burden and duplication across the research ecosystem. So there's a tension between measuring what matters and minimizing the work involved. And the other challenge we have here is paying lip service to a broader range of things whilst not putting enough weight on those things so they actually make a difference. So in the UK, well, I should say there's no point measuring what matters if we're still heavily weighting the things that don't. So in the UK, we've added open research and collegiality to many of our institutional promotion criteria, often without any real plans to assess them robustly or even the means to do that. And we add a raft of research culture indicators to existing research KPIs in the hope that it will usher in a brand new utopian research culture, but it won't. You know, we already have a research culture and it's embodied in our existing KPIs. You know, adding new ones without displacing or rethinking the old ones, or at least reweighting them, won't achieve what we need it to achieve. A third challenge, and one that any follower of research assessment reforms will know is a very live challenge, is that a drive for more primarily qualitative forms of assessment are not universally welcomed, and certainly not by the more quantitative scientometric community. So Kawara and Dora were accused last year of being bibliometric denialists, and this was a theme picked up this year by the president of the International Society for Scientometrics and Infometrics in a piece claiming that Kawara was unsound. And I fully understand the root of these concerns. You know, I've sat in meetings myself where a deep suspicion of all metrics has been voiced, and principles that seek to recenter qualitative approaches have been misinterpreted as a seeking to displace quantitative approaches. But a close reading of any of the principles that I cited earlier, certainly Dora and Kawara, who've been singled out for criticism here, should allay any fears that this is what's going on. No one is denying bibliometrics. Research assessment reforms are just seeking to situate bibliometrics in the range of responsible approaches we take to develop fit-for-purpose assessments at different levels of granularity, which I think is actually what these scientometricians are actually arguing for. Indeed, one of the authors previously accusing reformers of bibliometric denialism has recently developed a proposal called narrative bibliometrics, which seeks to do just that, to kind of harness both the qualitative and the quantitative, which is quite a rapid and positive turnaround, showing how much opportunity there is for us all to work together on this. And of course, reformers are absolutely aware of the issues with peer review. There's a lot of concern about peer review, about its quality, its reproducibility, its transparency, equity, inclusion, efficiency, and of course the lack of incentives to participate, which is something being addressed by a Kawara working group. And there is still a lot we don't understand about different forms of peer review, journal review, grant review, post-publication review, and so on. So whilst metrics are criticised for not being able to replicate peer review outcomes, peer review itself doesn't replicate peer review outcomes. And if you've been on the end of Reviewer 2, you will know that's the case. Indeed, in a particularly powerful indictment of peer review, Professor Alan Dix in the UK, he was a member of one of the REF 2014 panels. He did a fascinating post-REF correlation between peer review scores and citations and found significant gender and disciplinary biases amongst panel members' peer review outcomes, which ultimately led to a recalibration of that unit's output scores. And this led him to conclude that whilst metrics are rubbish, people, far worse. And I think this brings us to our final challenge, which is not displaying well, which is the importance of developing evidence-informed alternatives to existing assessment mechanisms, particularly around peer review. If we're debunking journal impact factors based on evidence, we need to build alternatives based on evidence, not just good ideas. And we need to properly evaluate those alternatives and not just hope that the cream will rise to the top. And of course, assessment reform is something of a wicked problem, as I highlighted earlier with our food chain diagram. And as such, solution providers have no right to be wrong, i.e., unlike researchers who can hypothesize, test, and fail, policy reformers aren't given that same right. And of course, they need to be. So this is where Kawara working groups and Cascade projects, the Dora Resource Library, the meta-science and research on research communities will all play such an important role in developing evidence-based solutions that get us to the right place. So, to conclude, there is without doubt a strong and urgent need for research assessment reform. And it's encouraging that so many initiatives, including Kawara, are coalescing around similar themes and trends through which those reforms can be delivered. And there will, of course, be challenges as we try to build these reforms together. But the ultimate goal, the fairer and more robust assessment of elements of the research ecosystem that we care about, is worth the effort. And we won't get there overnight, but we will get there. And as we take these steps, I always conclude by saying we have to ask ourselves not if it's always perfect, but if it's better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Professor Elizabeth Gadd. Now it is time for a roundtable with Ruth Ledenheim from the Arqus International Advisory Board and Eloy Rodrigues from the University of Minho. The moderator of this panel will be Peter Riedler, Rector of the University of Graz. Please join us.
Thank you very much. We're a little bit behind schedule, but not very much. That's why I will skip my long introduction. Just makes it easier for me. Just to say a few words on the Arqus approach. Many of you are involved or know that we have a task force. 5 universities are involved. The status of discussion is a little bit different in the universities. I am from the University of Graz. Many of you know Andreas Ragatz, who is responsible for these issues in Graz. We are working on our activity framework, but came, of course, to the essential questions you also raised: how to make it easy to handle, how does the system really work, for example, many questions. We leave them for the discussion, and I suggest that we start right away with the inputs of Ruth Ledenheim and Eloy Rodrigues. Maybe just a few words to introduce you, in addition to your work as a member of our advisory board. Ruth has a very interesting career in science, holds a PhD in chemical science, and was working as a postdoctoral researcher in Paris on molecular genetics. Mm-hmm. She also worked in business at Johnson & Johnson in Argentina. Later, she was Deputy Minister of Science and Technology and Productive Innovation, and from 2015 on, she has funded and directed a Center of Interdisciplinary Studies in Science, Technology and Innovation. And I give you the floor, Ruth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So first of all, thank you for the invitation to be part of this plenary session about research assessment. I am, first of all, want to share with you the importance, the place where research assessment has in this program. This is a very important place because research assessment is really linked to research policy. Of course, if research assessment has a certain number of criteria, the researchers will tend to find out what those criteria are in order to design or to choose or to select their research themes or subjects or approaches. So just one word about the International Advisory Board of Arqus Alliance. Because we have this clear opportunity of looking at the Alliance once in a while. So we come for the annual conference, we see the Alliance, we just go home and we return. And we have a different view, we can take a different photograph. And we are so happy to see, and I share this with the rest of the International Advisory Board, that Arqus has grown, and really I say the word flourishing, because so many activities, so new activities and new challenges face Arqus now because of this growth. So one of the things that impressed a lot was the fact that, for example, Arqus participates actively in the reflection of the new European degree, for example. And a lot of new activities, background papers. So we, as an international advisory board, we can see this growth. So why this is linked with the research assessment? And it is because this growth is related to a lot of new activities, different activities, and not really activities that are considered in research assessment. But of course, alliances want to be research-oriented and very closely linked with research. So it is important to be consistent with the incentives. So that's why I would like to stress that, first of all, Arqus, when you see Arqus from time to time, you can see the features, the traits that Arqus is beginning to have compared to other alliances. And one trait is that Arqus is supposed to be an engaged alliance. Engaged in what? For example, in thinking new ways of linking to other, to European endeavors, like the European degree, engaged in inclusiveness, engaged in societal engagement, engaged in research-oriented education, a lot of initiatives concerning research-oriented education. So this is innovative activities, transfer activities, interdisciplinary priorities in research, openness. And I mention all of these activities as not, they are not considered heavily in research assessment. So if researchers want to take the decision of participating or not in those activities, it is important that the alliances, and not only Arqus, but all the alliances, align the incentives in order to have this participation, to attract researchers to any kind of, all kind of different activities related to alliance building. So participating, for example, in qualitative studies, participating in activities like peer reviewing, and this is always important for any kind of university, belonging or not to an alliance, but how to reward the researcher that is participating actively in peer reviewing. So I find out that a good question I would like to ask to Elizabeth is how to find this balance between research assessment based on metrics and research assessment based on peer review, provided that peer review is not also influenced himself by metrics. So independent view of peer reviewing. So it's like we have to find out sort of blends, a sort of balances, and I say it in different balances concerning different disciplines also, because it's not similar to evaluate mathematics or physics or chemistry, and of course human sciences or other kind of interdisciplinary endeavors. So we have to think differently concerning what are we going to evaluate. And also, what is evaluation about? Because it's not similar to think about evaluating careers or researchers compared to evaluate teams or programs or funding instruments or agencies or the impact of programs or institutions, universities, without taking into account the rankings, of course, and alliances finally, because one day alliances will also be evaluated. So, and there I would like to introduce and also to ask Elizabeth, what should be what is the importance of adding also qualitative studies in the evaluation process? Because it's not only peer review and metrics, you also have the possibility of qualitative studies, which are cheaper now because of the possibility of doing online and because they can be transparent also. So this is perhaps another instrument that could be used in order to have a complete landscape of what you are evaluating, especially when you are evaluating teams, programs, or institutions. And also you have altmetrics, which is using data to add some also information to the evaluators. So you have a more complete landscape of possibilities in order to evaluate. So these are my comments and my questions. So the ultimate question would be how to apply those principles of alternative ways of evaluation to alliances. And I hope that the aim of all this is to better align goals in order to consolidate research assessment in Arqus and also in other alliances, in order to respond to global challenges that we all have in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruth Leidenheim. And I suggest we remember the 3 questions you had, and we go directly to Eloy Rodriguez, who is the director of the University of Minho Libraries. He has established the institutional repository in 2003. He's a real expert in open access, not only on the university level, but also on the Portuguese and international level. And he is responsible for research assessment also, and active in a working group related to this on the Portuguese national level. So we are looking forward to hear your comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here, and so I would like to thank the Arqus Alliance for the opportunity to participate on this panel on a topic that is very close to my heart. I will focus my comments in one aspect that Elizabeth mentioned, and I will take the expression, I will talk about the food chain. And we know that the current food chain where we based our research assessment is in many cases, in most universities, supported, and in many cases even only completely relying or dependent on closed and proprietary systems and services that are built upon the data that we generated and we freely provided to those services. And that food chain, really, it's recognized that there's several problems. So probably there is too much rice and sugar, so too much publication and metrics, and probably less vegetables and especially less diversity of components that should be taken into account. And on top of that, they are black boxes. And as rightly stated on the Barcelona Declaration on Open Research Information, to which I will come back in a minute, and I will quote, errors, gaps, and biases in closed research information are difficult to expose and even more difficult to fix. Indicators and analytics derived from this information lack transparency and reproducibility. This is one of the questions. Also for the rankings, they are not reproducible. And I think I don't need to say this, what is not reproducible is not scientific, it's not science. So decisions about the careers, and I'm still quoting, decisions about the careers of researchers, about the future of research organizations, and ultimately about the way science serves the whole of humanity depend on these black box indicators and analytics. And again, as Elizabeth rightly pointed out, reforming research assessment needs better information, needs better data and better information. And from where responsible metrics and indicators must be derived. I'm also not a fundamentalist. I also believe that research assessment should be mostly qualitative, but being mostly qualitative does not mean that we don't use and don't need to use quantitative indicators and metrics. I think we need to use quantitative indicators and metrics. We just need better, data and better use of the data. So it's the two problems. And for this means a more complete, more comprehensive, curated and accurate, more diverse, interoperable, and of course, open research information and academic information is needed. And the point that I want to make here today is that this is not only needed for the better research assessment in our universities. This is also it's also an opportunity for universities to regain academic sovereignty to what we produce. So both as creators of data and information about the processes, the outputs and the impacts of the activities, and also as consumers of that information for monitoring and research assessment, I think we have the responsibility to use the most reliable, the most reliable information the best information that we can use. And as the last couple of decades have shown, just handing over that information to commercial entities is not proven to be a good solution. So I think, again, we have the opportunity to regain our academic sovereignty about this. On this point, I always remember I think it was already more than 10 years ago, one university rector that was very bold and vocal on open access, Bernard Rentier from Liège University, said that probably universities were one of the only businesses or industries that do not have complete and accurate information and control of that information about the main products and results of their activity. And this is something that we need to fix. And this is something that is being growingly recognized, as we can see, for instance, for the recently launched Barcelona Declaration on Open Research Information that I already mentioned, that was launched in April, and that was already signed by more than 50 research performing organizations and funders, including Minho University. We are one of the signatories. And the signatories commit to making openness of research information the default, working with services and systems that support and enable open research information, supporting the sustainability of infrastructures for open research information, and working together to realize the transition from closed to open research. So it's a kind of COARA-like commitments that signatories commit with regarding open research information. On the same direction, but then on the COARA context, and also we are participating on that working group, there was established a working group on open infrastructures for responsible research assessment. And we really are valuing sustainability, interoperability, openness, and community-based governance as the fundamental principles of those research infrastructures. And the working group mission is to help and facilitate universities to make this transition from proprietary infrastructures and research information to open and interoperable alternatives. And just to conclude and make a final, launching a final question both for the panel and for the audience. I want just to say that apart from participating on these initiatives like the Barcelona Declaration or the COARA working group, I think universities can, and in my opinion should, at least contribute to this transition on two practical ways. One is by investing on their own infrastructures especially repositories, and data, so providing proper data curation of all institutionally relevant data from human resources, funding, research output, students, etc. And I know by practical experience that this is far from being a reality. We still have not proper curated data about our own universities, and I think probably the rector will excuse me, but this is a problem of Minho University, but I think it's not a problem of Minho University only. This is a general problem that we don't know exactly what we are doing, what are the outputs, what are the resources, etc. There is a lack of proper curated information in our own institutions. And the point of repositories is also, and this, I think it's an important point, they will also, investing in repositories, they will not only host the wide variety of research outputs and contributions that are needed for this new research assessment exercise, they can also contribute to, or can also be used for new models of publishing, more cost-effective, like the publish, review, curate model, where we start to publish a preprint, there is a peer review, and after that peer review can be used to then for journal selection and journal publishing. And by, for instance, also using open peer reviews, then we can also use the peer reviews on the assessment exercise. So because peer reviews start to be valid contributions as they are already, but they can be also scrutinized and assessed in the global context of assessment. And finally, another thing that universities can and should do, in my opinion, is collaborate and coordinate with other universities, founders and other organizations, the sustainability and the governance of shared infrastructures or services, particularly those that are common or horizontal, like the PIDs, so the persistent identifiers for authors, for organizations, etc., that are critical, needed to have interoperable information, and also aggregators and knowledge graphs, like the OpenAir knowledge graph, Open Citations, Open Alex, etc. And so my final comment or question is, what is the role of the Universities Alliances addressing these two things that I think we should do? So taking care of our infrastructures and our data, and supporting shared infrastructures.
Thank you very much for your input or your inputs. And also for the time discipline, so we have the maximum of half an hour to discuss a few points, which is not easy, I think, because one could see that many questions are raised when we talk about alternative assessment, general ones and more specific ones. And you have raised a few questions. You too will come to it. Maybe just in between also indicate if you want to say something or comment that I can stick to that then. Okay, do that a little later. Maybe to start with an easy question before we come to the alliance topic. Since we are in the middle of the European Championship of football, it's a little bit. Of course, there's the danger to deny that there are certain things to be reached. You made a comparison with the industry. I'm not quite sure. I personally come from the automotive industry before I joined in the university, and you simply have to sell things. It's very easy. The university also, you have students, you have students who finish their studies, and you have projects, you have maybe startups. You can easily measure all this. Isn't it a little bit like being not happy with being assessed on the research side? Maybe if you're not so successful, it's like the team's not winning the match. You say, well, we shouldn't count the goals. We maybe should also count the attempts, and maybe also the haircuts. And so, what would be a general answer to that? Maybe.
I think there's a legitimate objection to over-evaluation. I think there is also some perhaps illegitimate objections to evaluations that on which you're not performing well. But I think the majority of these objections in the HE space are due to the fact that the assessments are just not good enough. They're genuine objections. And I think the very first question we have to ask of any assessment is it at least true? And I think, as Eli was saying about the bibliographic data that we're using to inform a lot of our assessments, just doesn't cover the whole of the literature. It only covers the literature that's published in journal articles. As you saw from my slide, it only kind of documents positive findings. It's just not good enough for our assessment. So I think a lot of the complaints, yes, there might be the odd moan, about assessments on which we're not doing personally particularly well. But I think if the assessment mechanisms are fair and robust, and we will agree that they're fair and robust, then the outcomes are easier to take and use in a more formative way, because I think that's the other thing. We use assessments in a very judgmental way in the HE sector. We're passing judgment on each other all the time. Actually, assessment can be very, very useful for formative development, and we don't often use assessments in that way. When it comes to the question of alliances, you'd have to think to yourselves, what do you want this evaluation to actually achieve? Is it summative? Yes, you've done well. No, you haven't. Off you go. Or is it okay? We're strong here. We're weaker here. We've got an opportunity here. There's a threat here. It's a much more nuanced, qualitative approach that can actually help you move forward and do better.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe secondly, to go to the alliance issue you just also already mentioned. Understood your question a little bit generally said, what's the role of the alliance in this circumstances? Maybe we could also link it with the food chain issue. Where does it lead to, in a way? Can we be successful in our wish to move up the food chain a little bit with the alliance? What did you mean exactly when you said when you mentioned the alliances? It was also a little bit similar, the role of the alliances, I understood.
Yes, and of course, in order to build an alliance, you have to, as a researcher, you have to engage in different activities related directly to research, like, for example, interdisciplinary research, which is sometimes not very well
which
assessed.
leads to alternative assessment.
But also other activities, like, for example, belonging to teams in order to organize new ways of education. I've seen that in Arqus there are a lot of research teams that are involved in in research-oriented education. So it's a new concept, it's very innovative. It may take time.
Yeah.
So how to evaluate, how to not to disincentivize reserschers that are willing to take a risk in order to participate.
Maybe to change my first question a little bit in another direction. How could the Alliance be a front runner in developing these assessments? Yes. And what could be the role in this circumstances?
Yeah, I think I would really commend the scope framework to you to explore this question, because it's a really comprehensive way of trying to understand, firstly, what it is you value. S of scope is to start with what you actually value about the thing that you're evaluating. Is it research-led teaching? Is it societal impact? What is it that you're actually seeking to assess here, and in what context? So often we kind of think, right, what are our indicators? What can we count? But actually, hold on. Why are you assessing? Why are you assessing, and for whom? So the C stage of scope asks, are you looking just to understand where you've got to? Are you looking to monitor your progress over time? Are you looking to benchmark yourself against other alliances? Are you looking to kind of show off and advocate about the success of the group? What are you doing this evaluation for? And you can't start designing your evaluation until you've understood that question, who are your audiences? And then you've got some principles of scope which to evaluate with the evaluated, so obviously you co-design this evaluation, and then you start thinking about your options for evaluating, so looking at the qualitative versus quantitative question, given what you value in that context, look at the time frame issue, over what time frame can you reasonably expect an alliance like this to have made those particular impacts. And then you start probing for unintended consequences, because all assessments will have consequences, both intended and unintended. There'll be gaming, potentially. There'll be those that repeatedly win and those who repeatedly lose in certain forms of evaluation. So we do need to do that really important probe stage if we're going to be responsible about assessment. And then, of course, you evaluate and evaluate your evaluation. So it's a very good way of addressing a big question. When you're starting with a blank piece of paper, how do we evaluate X? It helps you kind of think through those important domains so you don't end up somewhere ultimately you don't want to end up. And I think one of the principles of scope is to evaluate only where necessary. And I think, as I said at the outset, we evaluate a lot. And sometimes it's legitimate, sometimes it's not. We need to make sure that our evaluations are proportionate given what we're using them for. And I think generally speaking, if we evaluate less but better, we can address the qualitative-quantitative issue. So we do fewer qualitative assessments, which will then kind of minimise the burden, but actually get us to the truth as far as we can get to it. And I think that's the other issue I'd just like to raise. In this whole new world of research assessment reform, we sometimes think, great, we're now going to get to the truth on this matter. There is no truth. There is, we can, by combining qualitative and quantitative approaches, we can get to a better assessment of the things that we're evaluating. We will not get to a perfect assessment of the things we're evaluating. This is not football. There are no goals that you can count. So I think we just need to bear that in mind.
All right, thank you. Maybe we take the first question or comment from the audience, please. Yeah, please start, yeah.
Piotr Malak from University of Wrocław. I've been working a lot of years with metadata. We have developed a system for combining digital metadata for our university's resources. And more than a decade ago, I did my PhD. I developed a machine learning classification system for evaluating content in the domain of keywords and topic management of scientific articles. So it was quite easy. Then I compare keywords given by authors, and I ask indexers, trained indexers, to classify the same documents. Authors are omitting true, so you cannot rely on us when you are trying to assess our papers, because we are marketing our job. Most of keywords given by authors has been adapted to conference or journal profile, not to article content. And machine learning and indexers has been similar in 80%, which is quite high. So why don't we stop fighting for better data and better metadata, because we have a lot of them, and I can see no way to improve it. But maybe we could adapt technology and use artificial intelligence, general one, and try it directly to evaluate quality of work with support, of course, of experts. Because we have been training few hundred people at our university to deliver metadata for digital content. And each person has described the same object differently. Okay, so
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so your point is we have enough data, how to make use of it. I think that leads to the question you raised, the balance between metrics, peer-reviewed assessment, quality assessment, more quality in assessment. So what's your answer to that? Yeah, true.
Yeah. Regarding this last question, and then I would like to come back to a previous point about what are we assessing and the values, because I think Elizabeth's point was really very important. But trying to to address your point, it's true. And for instance, we now have big knowledge graphs like OpenAlex and OpenAir that have more than 200 million publications and several hundred thousands of data sets, etc. But still, they are far from being complete. They still have problems because, again, if you have problems on the original quality of data, then you will have always a gap. So I totally agree that there is a space and an opportunity to use machine learning and all these artificial intelligence tools that have been developing on top of this, but again, on this open research information. But the point is, again, that we can only develop better algorithms and do better machine learning if the data, and when I'm talking about data, I'm not talking only about metadata, I'm talking about the full text, because for instance, on OpenAir and OpenAlex, you have it, the full texts are there. Even when they are closed access, they do data mining of the full text. There is that potential, but I still think that there is a role for universities to care about proper identification of their researchers, have a comprehensive set of their research results, etc., to be aggregated and mined and included on those big databases. So I think our points of view are not incompatible. On the contrary, while I think this is not something that can be done at each university level, but it needs contributions at each university level to really create a robust ecosystem that is comprehensive and reliable. And just to finish, I'd like to come back to the question of why are we assessing. I think we are assessing to try to direct or to move our universities forward. And what we want, I think of two things that probably are objectives of all universities. We want, apart from education, I will leave the education apart from making my pro-rector sad, but regarding research, I think we need mostly two things. We need quality research. We want to promote good research practices. And we also want to have a healthy work environment where people can collaborate, where the focus is, again, mostly on collaboration. I don't think also that we only need to collaborate. I think competition is a human thing and we need competition, but I think the balance is completely unbalanced now for competition against collaboration. And we need also to move, to change the assessment, to rebalance this between competition and collaboration. And because it's true that in some cases we are competing for scarce resources, but I don't think that the competition is the right answer. And again, we need to, the point that we need to ask ourselves is, our current research assessment systems, are they promoting good research and a healthy work environment? I think the response is probably not.
Yes, please, yeah.
Great response. I think the issue of AI, just to go back to your point, is a real live one. I was just approached by a journalist just this morning who's writing a piece for Nature on exactly this, use of AI in research assessment. So it's something that we shouldn't be afraid of, but it's something that we should be very careful about, given that most AI, when it comes to research assessment, are drawing on the bibliographic record, so what's been published. And as we all know, the scholarly record is neither completely scholarly nor a complete record of what's being published. There's a lot of fake papers, there's a lot of retractions, null results aren't being included in there, arts and humanities outputs aren't included, things that we care about like impacts of societal impacts of our work, not included. So we just need to be very careful before we rush into the use of AI and machine learning for research assessment to consider carefully what's training our AI, and not to kind of be fear-mongered out of it altogether, but just to be very, very cautious about it.
So referring to the balance, you would maybe argue you could leave the topics to the metric issues to the AI, and give half of the space to more qualitative measurements, peer-reviewed measurements.
Yeah, I think with any of this kind of balancing issue, we do need to think about the extent to which the humans need to be. So, rule number one, humans need to be involved, not just kind of let the AI kind of run away with itself. Two, you know, when it comes to making decisions based on any kind of metrics or AI-generated output, humans need to be involved. They need to be there kind of questioning what is this based on, what's underneath this. And so, you know, and in some cases, when we're looking at low levels of granularity, i.e. individual researchers for promotion, it should be entirely qualitative, almost entirely, I should say, because I think we've recognised that humans are also fallible, and that's the response that you'll get from a lot of AI advocates, that, well, AI is no worse than humans. As I've pointed out, there's also problems with them. So I think it's this kind of balancing thing that we need to work through.
Are there any other comments from the audience or questions from the audience? If not, yeah, please. Yeah. Yep. Microphone. Sorry. Yeah. Maybe before we get the microphone here, what comes to my mind is the question: do we work sufficiently with the data we are having? That's at least the discussion we have in Graz, because you could argue we have a lot of data, of course, especially metric ones, but do we sufficiently use them to evaluate, to use them for investments, to support researchers? I would say openly the answer would be no. Until now we have not, and the main issue is, if we go into that more actively, how do we make it fair, how to include alternative measurements and assessments to then decide on, for example, investments in specific fields. Please.
Thank you. Manuel João Costa from the University of Minho. Thank you for this very inspiring discussion so far. I had two direct questions on my mind when I was really listening to all the discussions. One actually comes from, one relates to what you just said, Elizabeth Gadd, which is, can we have really a research assessment reform without having a research assessment careers, a reform of careers of people who have success? Because at the end of the line, there's a judgment. And judgment means that you have to have expertise to judge, you have to learn how to judge, and therefore, how can we do it just with tools? That would be one question. The other question relates also to, we all know that this research assessment as we have it, I would say it's very toxic. And I think we all know that. But time moves on and it doesn't change. You don't see any significant change. So my question would be, could alliances be some sort of safe spaces for experimentation? Because now what you can see, to have some pilots, to have some new ideas of how things work in place, implemented, you can have some safe spaces within your institutions, but now we have the alliances. What are your thoughts about this? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe you want to answer directly, and then we have one more question, and when we come to a final round.
Yeah.
Would you?
Yeah. Should I go?
I think the question was more to you, and then maybe you have the chance to do the final round. Yeah.
Yeah, to your first question, yes, absolutely. We do need to address this issue of, you know, how we train reviewers, not just how we train AI, but how we kind of help humans to make better calibrated and fairer decisions, to use the data responsibly, and to make those assessments. And it's something that you hear quite a lot in the world of peer review when you run surveys on scholars and ask them, did you ever get any training on peer review? The answer is invariably no. You just got to learn by doing, you learn by watching somebody else. You know, there's no kind of systematic way of training reviewers. And I think that is a really, really important issue. On the issue of the cost of research assessment, yes, hugely costly, and that's one of the probe questions of scope, actually, this cost-benefit issue. Given that, you know, the very best we can offer research assessment is likely to be have a qualitative element and therefore be very costly because human beings cost money. You know, how can we ensure that we that research assessments are balancing those costs and those benefits fairly. And in terms of the kind of use of alliances for piloting, fantastic idea. And obviously there is the COARA Cascade funding now available, so the closing date for round one has been and gone, but the next round will be coming in December. So if it is for individual institutions, but there's funding for teaming projects, so for 2 or 3 institutions to learn from each other. So up to €60,000 per project is available for those sorts of initiatives.
Thank you. May I ask you for your question or comment?
Thank you, and thank you very much for a very stimulating discussion. I have a bit of a provocative comment. I always get the impression when we have these discussions among academics that we tend to blame external forces for all that is happening. And in fact, I would say that, forgive me, colleagues, some of the most simplistic assessments that I've seen have been done by academics autonomously, in internal assessments and competitions. And actually some of our colleagues are pushing for very simplistic methods of just calculating publications. So the 2 things that I'm particularly concerned, one is that we're not assessing research, we're assessing publications. And of course publications are a very important part of it. But when we ask colleagues, what is your research agenda? Quite often they just list a set of publications and commitments. So there is no question that they're chasing, they're interested, they're motivating. And I think that part of, I would say part of this, significant part of the responsibility is actually us to blame, because we are the ones that are in committees, we are the ones that are in journals, in associations, in all the selection process internally, and we actually tend to exacerbate many of the concerns that you've mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would suggest that we start with our closing remarks, and you can also come back to the question in your remarks. So maybe maximum 2 minutes if you want to start the other way around now, maybe.
Yeah, okay. So I will start by this last point. I fully agree. I think that the issue is again, it's up to the research community and research institutions to change. But to change it, the research assessment reform is critical, because, for instance, I'm talking about open access and open science, as you may see by my resume, for 20 years. But we have it's kind of a schizophrenic situation where we are preaching openness and we are assessing on a way that does not incentivize openness at all. So again, it's up to universities and to research community to change. So I think I take and I agree with your point. Trying to briefly reply also to your question about are we using well the available data. I probably tend to agree with you, probably not, but again, I repeat my point. We need to curate better our data. We don't have all the data, and and even the data that we have is not well curated, and there is a role for investing on having good data, because we need. It's also a question of management of the university. Really, we don't have, and we cannot have good management if we don't have good data, of course. And finally, on the role of alliances, that was already a point that I would like to make. So I think there is, as I kind of implied in my initial presentation, I think there is a role also for alliances on sustaining some infrastructures, or at least collaborating on the sustaining and governing some shared infrastructures. But I think on the assessment exercise, I think there is really an opportunity for collaboration. There are national chapters formed in several countries. Portugal has a national chapter. I think Austria also has a national chapter, Spain has a national chapter, and there is, of course, a lot of work that needs to be done at the national context, because, of course, the research assessment system in Portugal is completely different from Spain. So there are issues that are national and need to be. But I think there is a really good opportunity for mutual learning exercises also across countries. And so I think that the two things are complementary. So I would really like to call. We have already a working group on reforming research assessment that is being shared and coordinated by GRAS. And I really also call for members of the Alliance to be more active and directly involved on that group. And probably we can try to do some kind of pilot, because now we have been just sharing information, but maybe we are sufficiently mature to take a next step. So this is something that needs to be discussed.
All right, thank you very much. Ruth, would you like to continue?
Yes, I would say also that the idea of piloting, using the Alliance context to try to test new ways of assessment and the assessment reform, using the fact that Arqus Alliance is already involved in this research assessment issue is a good idea, provided that if there are researchers that participate in this pilot are also well evaluated. And again, I would say that it's a lot of work to do in order to arrive to a more simple way also to face the evaluation, because it could be so complicated since there's a landscape of data, of different origin of data, metadata, or it's a data deluge. So perhaps in this pilot alliance exercise, one should try to simplify and harmonize also the way the researchers are evaluated in all the universities that belong to the alliance. This is also a challenge. And the final remark is that it is also interesting to test if a different balance of peer reviewing and metrics is to be applied to different disciplines and different interdisciplinary endeavors. This is something I've never heard about, so it's something that is interesting also to try to analyze and to test within the Alliance, for example.
Thank you very much. Yeah, definitely coming from a general university, of course, these are burning issues, how to compare and how to use metrics and more peer-reviewed aspects. Give the word to you, Elizabeth.
Yes, I'll be brief because I appreciate we're over time, but I would just say that we can do better if we care. And we need to care because hashtag leaving academia is trending on Twitter. There are suicides related to poor research assessment, and humanity needs research. We have huge global challenges: climate change, famine, wars, global inequalities, and humanity needs research, research needs researchers. And so creating an environment in which all of those research contributions that we need to solve those problems are rewarded and valued is absolutely critical, and matters not only to the sustainability of the research ecosystem, but ultimately to humanity, I would say.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elizabeth Gadd, Ruth Leidenheim, and Eloy Rodriguez. You could see, as was indicated by the title, we have a positive approach, positive potential of research assessment reform, of course, was the title, and we are going for pilots, and we are going for exchange of views and the needed balance in the assessment. Thank you very much.
Falamos? Aqui? Posso falar? Many thanks to all the guests for such an excellent panel. The time has come to take a group photo. Please join us outside. And then let us take some time for a coffee break. Please be back in 30 minutes. Meu Deus.
Self-adjusted.
It's such a good vibration. It's such a good vibration. Take a look at me now, take a look at me. Don't look at me now, don't look at me now. Take a look at me now, take a look at me now. Good vibration. Take a look at me now, take a look at me now. Good vibration. It's such a good vibration. Let living it up, let living it up. Let living it up, let living it up. It's such a good vibration. It's such a sweet sensation.
Good afternoon. Good morning once again. The second plenary session goes under the theme, Role of Universities as Places of Sanctuary in Challenging Times. Let's call to the stage Gemma Irvine, co-chair of Scholars at Risk Maynooth and Vice President for Equality and Diversity at Maynooth University, Eva Igron-Polak from the Arqus International Advisory Board, and Irini Aivaiotu from the Student Council. The moderator of this panel will be Eva Oberfeld, Rector of the University of Leipzig.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to welcome you to our second panel, the role of universities as places of sanctuary in challenging times. As you know, my name is Eva Ines Obergfell. I'm the rector of Leipzig University since April 2022. I especially welcome Gemma Irvine, our keynote speaker, as well as our two panel members, Eva Igron-Polak and Irini Aivaiotu. Together we will address a topic that is both currently one of the most burning issue, I guess, in university politics, and one that is really dear to my heart, namely the role of universities as places of sanctuary, as safe havens for scholars at risk. I will give you a short introduction to this topic, and I will present our speakers and members of the panel. I myself can tell you I'm really proud and honored to be the rector of a university that was founded by scholars at risk, by refugees. In 1409, roughly 1,000 scholars and students left the University of Prague, where they felt discriminated against, and migrated to Leipzig. They chose Leipzig as a safe haven. In Leipzig, they laid the intellectual foundations of our university. Similarly, the University of Padua was founded by scholars who had left the University of Bologna in search for more freedom. So there's a light tradition on it. These stories of origin are just two examples of the creative and intellectual impetus provided by migration. It's not only a problem, but it can be a starting point for our values and for scientific freedom. This is also an impetus provided by transregional connections and by those seeking protection from repression. World history knows countless other examples. I only presented two. Other examples of this creative power and the intellectual influence of scholars seeking sanctuary from repression. French Huguenots played a major role in the establishment of the Royal Prussian Academy of Sciences in Berlin. So to name another organization which is not a university. Jewish scholars banned by German universities in 1933 and 1934 significantly contributed to the development and expansion of Turkish higher education. And as you all know, Jewish scholars fleeing from Nazi atrocities had a pivotal role in the rise of Northern American higher education and in universities and research. Thank you. Just to name these few examples from various European contexts and American contexts. Universities thus have a long history of integrating scholars at risk and benefiting from their intellectual input. Additionally, universities have a great societal responsibility to shed light on conflicts, to name it, and also name unjust structures around the world. This is our responsibility. And they have the responsibility to encourage diversity, to encourage tolerance by promoting freedom of expression and opinion and fostering research unfettered by political restraints. I think you all will agree on this. A university also have the responsibility to shelter scholars who are forced to flee from war, from conflict, from persecution. This task has gained ever more significance during the past few decades as the number of long-lasting and complex conflicts has been rising. Some of these conflicts have received considerable media attention, like the war in the Ukraine, Syria and Gaza. Some conflicts, for example, in Sudan, West Sahara and Myanmar, on the contrary, are in danger of disappearing from our attention and from the focus of global attention. But they are still there. Universities also have the responsibility not to be led by mainstream media, but to challenge it and to direct attention to neglected, but nonetheless just as pressing topics. So, and let me invite you to our discussion on this second panel here today. And in the face of these mounting challenges, the Arqus Alliance has declared widening access and inclusion in higher education for underrepresented groups as one of its major goals since 2019. Thank you for that. Within the actions of the Alliance devoted to fostering shared policies for inclusion, the Arqus Inclusion and Diversity Hub, for example, was entrusted with the development of the Arqus Action Plan for Students and Scholars at Risk. These are very important initiatives. And this action plan will aim to provide practical solutions to the challenges faced by Ukrainian refugees and students and scholars at risk. One very distinctive feature of the action plan is the integration of Arqus associate partner, the National University of Kiev, Mohyla Academy. A greeting from our panel here to you. Welcome. in the working group, and its emphasis on the inclusion of Ukrainian scholars as active agents. Another useful instrument in the support of scholars and students at risk have been the Philipp Schwarz initiative of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, and just to name another one, the Hilde Domin program of the German exchange service DAAD. Despite all these dedicated efforts, a lot more has to be done while universities are also facing growing economic restraints. And we as universities will never be able to fulfill the political or social task of sheltering all those who are in need of shelter. So this is one of the tensions that we need to address today in our discussion on the role of universities as places of sanctuary. Before we begin this discussion, allow me just briefly to introduce our guests here on the panel. I welcome Dr. Gemma Irvine, the Vice President for Equality and Diversity in Maynooth University, an expert in the areas of equality, diversity, inclusion, and interculturalism. In her role as a Vice President, Dr. Gemma Irvine can, amongst other positions, draw on her expertise as Head of Policy and Strategic Planning in the Higher Education Authority, and as Assistant Director of the Irish Research Council. And she will focus today on measures that can be taken by universities to ensure equality, diversity, and inclusion. So a warm welcome to you. And I will just also present the two other panelists. And a warm welcome goes to the other Eva, Eva Egron-Polak, Secretary General of the International Association of Universities, as well as you know, she's a member of our International Advisory Board of the Arqus Alliance, and as well as a co-author of the International Association of Universities Global Survey Reports on Internationalization of Higher Education 2010 and 2014. The study on internationalization of higher education for the EU Parliament in 2015, and the 2020 Magna Carta Universitatum. She will address the social responsibilities of universities and the importance of value-based higher education. A warm welcome to Eva. And last not least, Irene Ivaliotou is a PhD student and lecturer at the Department of Politics at the University of Wrocław, Poland. She specializes in the research related to host communities and migrants and immigrant integration. And she will focus on the inclusion of migrants and refugees in academia, as well as support to Ukrainian students at the University of Wrocław. A warm welcome to you as well. And please let us welcome now our keynote speaker, Dr. Gemma Irvine. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ava, and thank you everybody for being here. I'm from New Zealand originally, so that's the accent that you're hearing, but I also have a cold, so I'm a blues Kiwi talking to you at the moment, but I promise I won't break into song. Okay, so many thanks, Ava. I'm going to speak today about the role of universities as places of sanctuary in challenging times. And as you've outlined, we've had some extremely challenging times over the last number of years. And although some might debate the exact role that a university should or could play, on a practical basis, I'm going to discuss what being a place of sanctuary looks like, using Maynooth University as a case study and sharing our experience and some reflections. So this will include the responsibility of universities to prevent discrimination and protect human rights of their community, framing equality, diversity and inclusion, which we call EDI, as a lens through which our teaching and learning, our research and our engagement is made excellent, and ensuring that it's everybody's responsibility. I will then focus specifically on excellence in exile and initiatives that universities can consider when supporting refugees, asylum seekers and migrants, and then end with opportunities for the university alliances to work together to amplify their impact in this space. So from an Irish context, and I know different countries have different contexts, but in Ireland, everything we do is underpinned by a national lens of the public sector equality and human rights duty. So there's a focus on 10 key groups of people in particular, for which we have a duty of care to promote equality, prevent discrimination, and protect the human rights of our employees, customers, service users, and everyone affected by our policies and plans, as well as our students and our staff. This is a legal obligation and includes the grounds of gender, civil status, family status, sexual orientation, age, disability, race, ethnicity, and religion, and our Indigenous population, the Minkia traveller community. And we also have an additional area of those at risk of poverty or social exclusion. So to give you an indication of what this looks like for our Maynooth community, just some data. So the size of our community of 17,000 is about the same size as the entire population of Maynooth town, where we're situated. So you can imagine the impact that we have on the culture and the feel of the area, and with that comes a responsibility. Both our staff and student cohorts are gender balanced, which is what we take as minimum 40% of women, minimum 40% of men. But we also have non-binary students and staff, but the percentages are not shown because they're less than 1% in each cohort. We're increasingly proud of the scholarly community diversity, with over 100 countries represented by our students and a large proportion of our staff international, and an increasing ethnic diversity, which is relatively new in Ireland. So our students reporting African or any other black background, for example, has increased from 3.6% in 2018-19 to 7.4% in 2022-23. We're leaders in widening participation. 12% of our student body come from the most disadvantaged areas by postcode, but also 15% are from the most affluent backgrounds. So individually, we're unique, but collectively, we're diverse. And we see this diversity as a strength, and we're deliberately coming together with our different backgrounds, different experiences, to study and research and to imagine better and create better futures for all. So EDI is a key enabler in our MU strategic plan, and we see it as a practice, not an end goal. It's a way of being. It's a way that we do our day job better. So through that EDI lens, that teaching and learning, research and engagement is made excellent. But what do we mean by EDI? We've taken quite a unique approach in Maynooth because we've brought the staff EDI together with the student access and widening participation. So we just talk about people. And our EDI portfolio relates to all of our community, and the areas that it covers is expanded exponentially over the last number of years. So as you can see in this list here. So we're a national leader in widening participation. We're ranked in the top 100 institutions globally for our work on SDG 10, reducing inequalities. And we're a trusted destination for many groups that traditionally have been the furthest from higher education. One of our colleagues has a great quote: "Talent is equally distributed across gender, race, and class, but opportunity and access are not." So effectively, we're a first mover on new talent from groups that are currently underrepresented in higher education. We've also been recognised by the European Commission as a gender equality champion, one of the first 4 universities in Europe to be awarded this status. And for example, we've shifted the percentage of female professors from just 28% in 2018 to 37% now. Our approach has been to focus on fixing the organisation and culture rather than the historical fixing the women approach. And we're taking the learnings from that work to develop further our race equality, our disability, and our excellence intersectionality focus. But what's interesting here as well is that these are all the national reporting requirements that we've got on Ireland. So each of those areas, we've got data we have to report on and compliance checks that we have to give in relation to having a gender action plan for our institution, but also for our departments. And this is highly structured and monitored. Our core grant funding and our research funding is linked to our progress on gender equality. And so this is really focused minds, as you can imagine. So I'm working very closely with all of my colleagues across the university to achieve this change, and in particular, working with student services and HR on belonging and well-being through the Healthy Campus Charter and Framework. So we've got a consent framework under that, and we've also got a mental health framework. Now, this portfolio could sit anywhere in the university. It spans students, staff, research, international education, governance, finance. It's actually not important where it sits, but rather that somebody in the university has the responsibility to bring it all together and coordinating it so that there's a strategic, holistic approach being taken. And in Maynooth, that responsibility sits with me as a Vice President for Equality and Diversity. But it's actually everybody's responsibility to implement this in their day job. So we are using our community as a living lab, where data and research is informing our policy and our practice. And then that's feeding back into new data and research. So we're going to be launching a new National Centre for Inclusive Higher Education later this year, pulling all of this expertise together. And I'd like to turn now on one particular part of that, which is going to be the excellence in exile. So this is a new pillar of work where I've grouped all of the things that we do under this heading in one area. So this is where we've been designated as a University of Sanctuary with specific student scholarships for those applying for international protection in Ireland. They are ineligible for state supports, which is why these scholarships are so important. We're an active member of the Scholars at Risk Global network, and we host the European office of this in Maynooth University. We've also got a dedicated Maynooth University SAF Fellowship, which is currently held by an Afghanistan fellow. And we're proud of the work that we carried out to support the 100,000 people who were displaced from Ukraine and who arrived in Ireland in 2022. Maynooth University was asked by the government to run the National Student and Researcher Help Desk to assist people looking to access our higher education and research while they were in Ireland. And we also hosted 1,200 guests on campus staying in our student accommodation in the summer of 2022, where we set up and chaired a Maynooth action group for Ukraine, coordinating 20 support agencies to assist our guests while they stayed on campus with us. And you can see here, this is a painting from one of our guests, 16-year-old Sasha, who painted this and presented it to our president at the end of the summer when they were leaving us. The transformation that even doing this work had on all of our staff and students was phenomenal. And particularly under the pressure of our current higher education context, it might be easy to think, you know what, it's hard enough to support our own students and staff. Why would we be stretching ourselves to try and bring in other people? But I want you to just take a moment now and just imagine yourself at home. You're sitting down to dinner, you're relaxing after a long day at work. A neighbour runs in and says, you've got 10 minutes and you've got to leave and not come back. What are you going to bring with you? You don't have to answer me. I just want you each to think about that. What would you bring? What can you bring? Do you have all your documents electronically? Do you take photos and memories? Your passport, your children, your cat, your dog? And then never being able to come back. What would you do if someone shut down your university today? You walk out those doors and there's nowhere to go back to. Just what you've got in your bag here now. Where would you go? Who would take you in? How would you keep researching and teaching your students? We all have a duty of care to our colleagues across the higher education system, across the globe. When someone attacks their academic freedom, they attack our academic freedom. In Ireland, we've come together to support each other so that in taking in people who have nowhere else to go, we're not alone. And I wanted to explain a little bit more what the University of Sanctuary Ireland initiative looks like, because we've also got the Schools of Sanctuary, and the two fit under the wider Places of Sanctuary Ireland, and that's very closely related to the chapter adopted in the UK, which is the City of Sanctuary organisation. So across the island of Ireland, many universities and colleges, public and private, have pledged to support these newcomers seeking sanctuary in Ireland, and to ensure that wherever they are seeking sanctuary, they will feel safe, they will find people that welcome them and understand why they are here, and that they have opportunities to be included in all activities. So to become a University of Sanctuary, there's three things. You have to learn, embed, and share. And so the learn is like that question I asked you. What does it mean to be seeking sanctuary? How do you train your staff and the students to raise awareness about the difference of someone who's chosen to come to your country and your university to study and work? And then inviting people with that lived experience to share it if they're happy to do so, and identify the issues that might be little barriers for someone with the language, the networks and connections, but could be insurmountable for someone who's landed without a toothbrush, nappies, the basic necessities to support themselves, let alone get their research back up and going. Now, that is a cohort from a refugee perspective, but embedding that culture of welcome, safety, and inclusion will also benefit those who are researchers who just travel for study and research. So focusing in on those smaller barriers might actually make the entire system much better for those random New Zealanders who come as a postdoc in 2002 to study in Ireland and have to navigate a system without which the person who drove me around to find all the different places to go to get the documentation, you can't get accommodation until you have a bank account. You can't get a bank account until you have a postal address. I couldn't have done that without that person helping me. And now imagine doing that if you can't even speak the language and you don't have your documents because you had to leave in 10 minutes and you didn't have an electronic copy of your certifications or your passports. So that's the learn, and the embedding could equally be financial scholarships, opening up your facilities, sports, computer labs and libraries, and helping people who come to re-establish themselves, language support, work placements and networks. And that's with the creation of a steering group to coordinate it across the university, which is like managing a city, a mini city of many moving parts, and you need everybody to be pulling in the same direction. And then the third bit is to share, so that once you've gone through this process, you can share that good practice with others, local community, which is important, potentially media, website and events. And we apply for certification, get assessed, and it helps to ensure that there's a minimum standard across all the different institutions when people arrive, and a place to go to get support if your institution's not quite sure what you should be doing next. So that is for students, but what about staff? So the Scholars at Risk Global, which is based in New York, protects scholars suffering grave threats to their lives, liberty and well-being by arranging temporary research and teaching positions at institutions across the world, as well as providing advisory and referral services. There's national sections of Scholars at Risk across the world, and there's a European office for Scholars at Risk, SAR Europe, which is hosted by ourselves in Minho University. So SAR Europe has three main areas of supporting first researchers at risk, promoting academic freedom, and then supporting the SAR European networks. and there are 350 institutions in 26 European countries. So how could they support you and your institution? Well, they've got under Researchers at Risk, the Inspire Europe initiative, which is partnering with the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, Collège de France, the European University Association, as well as universities in Sweden and Greece, and it's funded by the European Commission. And it's, supports for host institutions, including webinars, guidance materials, leadership roundtables. It's got handbooks on how to host and resources for host institutions and employers. They've also won funding for the MSCA for Ukraine, which is funding fellowships for staff to continue their research in another country. Also funded by the European Commission. It is implemented by the Scholars at Risk Europe with the German Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, European University Association, and the French National Pause Programme, and the Global Scholars at Risk Network. So there are places to go in order to get funding to support the people that may come to you. And then they've got the focus on academic freedom, as we said, so important to discuss at this point, but also freedom of expression and protest, which are all important but very distinct concepts, and that may be a topic for the panel later. Each has a very particular function in a healthy democratic society, and each is protected by varying degrees by international human rights standards. But they're quite different, and they don't all cross. They're not allowed to cross into the area where it becomes discrimination, harassment, or direct or threatened harm to others. And so SAR Europe is very much supported in its work from the European Coordinating Committee for Academic Freedom of Advocacy, and they're publishing reports on where attacks on academic freedom are occurring, and have guides there if anybody wants them to come and speak to your organisation in this regard. So how have we organised ourselves in Maynooth? And I wanted to show you this as a bit of a case study, because what was interesting is we set up the MASAR fellowship before we had Ukraine, Gaza, and all of the conflicts internationally. And we based it on international best practice, the France and German models, and it's a fully funded one-year research fellowship with the opportunity for an extension. Excellence, quality threshold, the person is coming to do research. So it sits with the research office, and I collaborate with my colleagues in that regard. It's actually a research grant that the PI gets and can put on their CV in their name. So that's part of the incentive for the person to be an academic mentor. So in this regard, we've got potential candidates coming at us, exponential numbers at the moment, looking for places that they'd like to be and to live, and at all stages of career. But we kept ours at the very high level, so it doesn't include doctoral students, and we use the SAR certification process to determine if the person is actually at risk and needs help. We don't do that ourselves. So once we've got identification of a potential candidate, either through an academic who's been approached or the lists that are coming from SAR and other places, then we are setting up an advisory group to oversee it. The fellowship is to the value of $75,000. It has the salary, pension, research and training costs, mobility, family allowance, and the host department and institute can determine the duties or the expectations. That depends on the person. Some are ready to teach straight away, others need a little bit of time. Some people want to focus on their research, others may be looking at more practical or clinical applications. So what we have done then is put in place the academic mentor, as you'd imagine, acting as the principal investigator for the grant, give them office space, all what you'd expect at the moment. But what is different is in Maynooth, we've centralised the supports for these people in an admin mentor. So this person is a single point of contact for administrative queries, which could be, how do I get that bank account? I need a letter. Who will be able to vouch for me because I know nobody in this country? Signposting English language courses and general admin supports. And we did that deliberately because that can be taken off the department and managed centrally, and the learnings can be kept year on year. We've got additional supports, as you'd all imagine, Access Office, Development Finance, HR, EDI, International. But we bring everybody together in that advisory group so everybody knows what types of things to expect, and if anybody's got an issue, they know where to ask for questions, rather than everybody reinventing the wheel. And then we've got a sponsor, which is often myself, a community of practice, and obviously accommodation. So there's quite a few places you can go to get the financial piece, but this structural organisation to support just one person sounds like a lot. But when that person is coming and they are going to be needing trauma-informed supports, it actually makes sense to have an EDI office as the primary coordinator working with research and international and HR and finance and governance and all of it. So to finish then, I'd like to say there are opportunities for the university alliances in this regard to work together and amplify the impact that we can have in this space and advancing our shared goals, because that approach that I've shown is a very good, robust one, particularly for that one person. Trying to scale it up for the 100,000 Ukrainians who came, that was going to be impossible, and that's why we coordinated our 20 support agencies. So actually supporting people who could be linked across a university alliance would be invaluable. So developing a collective approach to sharing best practice and learnings, students and staff, speaker series, workshops, and repository of good practices. As was mentioned, we've already got an Arqus action plan to support students and scholars, and we could be looking to identify potential sources of funding to expand that. And then the mobility opportunities that are there naturally as part of what we're doing. So it's totally in alignment with the Arqus goals of being inclusive and our global engagement, which means we're going to promote Europe and Arqus as an attractive space for talent from around the world to study, research, and work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gemma, for your insights as a diversity, equality, and inclusion leadership. If you agree on the panel, we can continue directly with the two inputs. And Eva, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me start by saying that I'm a Canadian, and in Canada, EDI has been joined by EDII, which stands for indigeneity. And it has become a very, very important concept in higher education there. I also want to say, just briefly, that I'm the former Secretary General of IAU. My colleague Hillich van 't Land would be very upset with me if I went back to that job.
I will explain it, okay?
But let me start by congratulating the University of Minho, our host, on its 50th birthday. Congratulations, and thank you very much. Oh. And I'd like to thank you for allowing me to be part of this celebration. I'm also honored to be able to serve as the member of the IAB of the Arqus Alliance. We have, as Ruth has already said, witnessed a tremendous growth of activities, of joint initiatives, joint study programs, living labs, student and staff mobility. Congratulations to all of you. All of this takes a lot of work. So well done, all of you, and your colleagues in your institutions. It's not easy to follow on an excellent keynote speaker who I think described the ideal institution and the ideal context in the area of welcoming scholars at risk and being an inclusive and accessible institution. So I'd like to congratulate you and your rector on the approach and the achievement in your institution. I know Ireland has had a policy on equitable access for a long time, but I think what you are doing is exceptional. But I'm going to switch a little bit. The theme, as you said, I will try and talk about value-based higher education and the social responsibilities of institutions, of which obviously Maynooth is an excellent example. But we do live in challenging times. And indeed, I live in France. And as I do, these are truly challenging and astonishing, not to say turbulent times. As you know, Sunday marked the first round of the early legislative elections, or what the French, how the French say, les élections anticipées. Let me say that no one anticipated these elections. And given the past 3 or 4 weeks of incredibly intense and polarizing campaigning, which followed a longer but equally virulent campaign for the European parliamentary elections, I feel a strong need to reflect on how we got to where we are, not only in France, but in so many countries, and how universities contribute or not to this state of affairs where around the world societies are profoundly divided and where ideological, religious, ethnic, and other cleavages and downright animosity and violent clashes of opinion seem unbridgeable and unresolvable. As the recent Tirana communique of the European Higher Education Ministers' communique states, the world is facing complex and interrelated geopolitical, social, economic, and ecological challenges. It isn't therefore surprising that at times of such uncertain and volatile and complex context, we turn our attention to our values, to seek a way forward. At the same time, I'm also aware, as someone said, the time when we talk most about values, they are either under threat or they have been lost already. So we have to be very conscious of the era we're in. I congratulate Arqus for articulating or reiterating the values that motivate the Alliance in the governing principles and provisions document, which was adopted earlier this year, and for repeating the key points of the mission of the Alliance. I especially note those values that underline the need to engage with society at multiple levels and globally, and to educate critical and socially engaged citizens. This mission and the values promoted by Arqus speak directly to the need we have today to strengthen or create new two-way connections with society and with a variety of stakeholders and all members of the communities of which the university is an intrinsic part. For this reason, and to some extent, before I heard the presentation, I had questioned the notion of sanctuary in the relation to the role that universities play in society. Universities cannot, must not, and do not stand apart from society. I believe we have laid the ivory tower theory to rest a long time ago. But of course, as Gemma has so eloquently outlined, special circumstances of scholars, students, and staff under attack and being persecuted requires that we offer sanctuary. And Scholars at Risk is a wonderful and unfortunately much needed organization and network responding to this need, and is supported by many universities which host scholars at risk, refugees, and students and or faculty. However, the space safe that universities offer is also the space where the basis of such persecution and discrimination is questioned, challenged, analyzed. The Tirana communique underlines that universities should be safe spaces of open-mindedness and diversity. Universities must offer an arena where different opinions and perspectives are discussed in a reasoned dialogue, or as the communique also states, a science-based dialogue. It is a place where a wide variety of diversity of people can agree to disagree without violence, without threat of repercussions or discrimination. Unfortunately, as we have witnessed during the last few months and at other times in history, this is not always the case. It is also why we continuously return to the shared values and agreed upon fundamental values that underpin universities around the world. The Arqus Alliance states that it acts in defense and promotion of the core university values expressed in the Magna Carta Universitatum. It was my privilege to be a part of the small drafting group which produced the 2020 version as opposed to the 1989 initial version, not as opposed to, but after the 1989 version. This version strongly reconfirms the fundamental values enshrined in the original MCU, namely academic freedom and institutional autonomy, but adds a more global outlook. It's no longer a European text. And most importantly, it adds a third critical value, which is social responsibility. Universities are not a closed circuit. They are part of and exist for society. This social responsibility is part of the answer to the question, what are universities for? Yes, they seek new knowledge and truth through research. Yes, they disseminate and share knowledge through education, but intrinsically, the goal is to improve lives and preserve the planet that sustains those lives. That is their obligation and their social responsibility. That is also what we mean by the public responsibility of universities, which is the other side of the coin of the public responsibility for universities. Both are equally important. This third critical function of engagement with society and responding to societal needs takes on many forms, providing sanctuary from persecution, from threat of violence, and a safe haven to practice one's profession or to access learning is certainly one of them. Arqus as a whole and member institutions individually take their social responsibility seriously by taking measures to ensure inclusive access and by the commitment to diversity in the student body, the academic and administrative staff, by focusing on global challenges like climate change and other SDGs, as well as artificial intelligence, by developing the global engagement strategy to enhance intercultural understanding and increase multi-perspectivity in the perception, and I would say in the understanding of current geopolitical shifts, by sharing results of research and co-creating knowledge with external partners. All of this is part of engaging with society. But seeing the increased xenophobia, racism, growing inequalities, anti-democratic and authoritarian tendencies, the ubiquitous presence of social media being used to spread misinformation and increase, among other things, the popularity of conspiracy theories which ignore, and often very proudly so, scientific facts. I think it is necessary for universities to continue to question and examine more deeply and in new ways the causes of these developments and ways to respond to them. Unless we rediscover paths towards fully implementing values of equity, justice, human rights and freedoms, mutual respect, democracy and peaceful dialogue, and translating these into university engagement with society, both near and far, I'm very worried that there will not be enough room in any sanctuary that will protect us from clashes, the disorder, and the, not to say the chaos, that may be in store in the future. Though universities are not political entities, they are unique social institutions to which society often turns to understand problems, to resolve problems, to which decision makers can hopefully and hopefully do turn to design and assess policies and their impact. To serve these functions, societal engagement is crucial. It clearly requires, however, that we understand and respond better to a much broader and more diverse range of our local, regional, and national communities. We must do that in a more concerted and purposeful manner, and it seems to me that the Alliance members are in the great position to learn from one another how to be more successful in this area. I encourage the Societal Engagement Board of Arqus Alliance to continue its work on the global engagement strategy, but to also focus on the ways in which Arqus can reach out to local communities and learn together and with them how to build a more peaceful and less divided, less polarized world. In a nutshell, as universities, we need to examine and to put into how to put into action each of the values that we promote. How are these values translated into our policy, into our educational program, into our research, and most importantly, into our individual and collective behavior. Despite this rather gloomy presentation, I believe in universities and in their collaboration as perfectly exemplified by Arqus. Please keep up your energy and the work and the collaborative spirit that is permeating not just this room, but all of the meetings we've been to and all of the work you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva, for this very strong statement. Before our discussion, we will have another statement from you, Irene.
Thank you,
Please.
everyone. I will try in these 8 minutes to represent the Student Council. I'm the Vice Head of the Student Council. I would like also to say that the idea of the Scholars at Risk from the University of Minho, I think it's a great initiative for refugees and migrants and people that they are at risk, but also the Excellence in Exile brings diversity and equity at our universities. I would like to say that at the University of Wrocław, we had 2 years of summer school from Arqus, where we invited Ukrainian scholars and students, and we exchanged a lot of ideas about the future of Ukraine, the education, how they see green energy, their economic development. And I think this was one of the best summer schools I've ever been, because we saw from a different perspective, but also we heard their own field work, and it was great to exchange these ideas. And I do think that people that they are running from war or from natural disasters are really an asset to our universities, because they come to our classrooms and they really break in their own ideas. I would like to bring some ideas that we have from the Student Council that could bring diversity, equity, non-discrimination, but I would like to discuss it with you afterwards. And one of these is the curriculums up to date. I think that before we start our agenda, we send our curriculums 1 or 2 months before, but we could see that new political events are happening, wars, elections in France, and I think that our curriculums should be up to date constantly. We should bring in the conversation in the classrooms, even for critical topics. I think that it should be inviting, because students need to feel relatable, that the university is always up to date and always can discuss topics that may be outside of the university, outside of the sanctuary, cannot be discussed easily, or maybe our opinions cannot be heard as much. Another change that I would like that we can discuss is the diversity of our staff. I know that the idea of our safe havens is to have diversity of scholars and students, but I think the diversity could happen also at our administrative staff, even our reception, our dormitories, people that they are from diverse backgrounds, diverse races, because students really feel welcome when they come in a place where they can find a diverse staff in all sectors, but also when they can find bilingual materials at all times. In some cases, universities unfortunately still have a lot of materials in their local languages, and finding them all in English and bilingual, it's very important for students to find the diversity. Our student council always tries to share information, share good practices, try to translate, explain all the opportunities. Also, the Work Package 4 at the Student Agora is really trying with all the services and good practices, and I think this is helping a lot of students to understand all their opportunities, all the scholarships, everywhere that they can find a service. Also, people in need, people that they are with disabilities, or scholars that they are of older age, or students of older age. And another thing that I would like to discuss is diverse readings in the classroom. I remember still at the University of Leipzig that we had 6 years ago a very interesting conversation that really stuck to me about how can we go outside of Eurocentric readings, how can we go outside of American readings or readings from very big institutions and bring in diverse scholars. And I think this is very important for us to check our agendas, collaborate as Arqus and see, are we sharing also readings from scholars that they come from Latin America, from Africa, from everywhere in the world? I think we can also try to invite students that they are coming from different backgrounds to give us readings from their own languages and translate them for us. We can try to have a curriculum with different backgrounds because it is always staple some readings, but some scholars that they come from countries that they're not better off might not be heard and might need the feeling to migrate to a university that is better heard of. And there we have the brain drain, and we don't have so much diversity. And another topic I would like to discuss is the idea of examination. A lot of times when we have mobility in our university, students tell me that they have only exams and they're really afraid of oral presentations or of other essays. I really do think that we should discuss about how we examine our students, because different students with different backgrounds, they have different abilities, and one mode of examination might be a burden for them to show their capabilities, to show their skills, but also to prepare them for societal changes, because societal changes means that we are always prepared for new things, and by examining with one mode, we are restricting them from them being challenged or critically reviewing a paper. I think we need more of a critical discussions. And I would like now to close with two things that could be a burden, which could be this academic inbreeding of bringing people, academics from similar universities. And I think that could be really bypassed with Arqus University and our Scholars at Risk and Excellence in Exile of bringing more people, but also with our exchanges. We did have with the Student Agora the co-design projects, which was very good about listening to different opinions from different countries, but also we have the Ambassadors Program and other programs that we are working on, and the Joint Masters of Arqus, which I think brings in more diversity and more ideas in our classrooms. Now, when it comes to the funding, I think it was a very good topic to discuss, but also the competition of universities, because if we would like to have similar values, we have to put aside some part of the competition. But I think that if we are trying towards to discuss about our curriculums, opening up more opportunities, bilingual, offering to students opportunities where they can have access in their own language with different readings, I think that then the competition does not matter, because that was something that the Student Council would like me to tell you, that is that they wish for classrooms with less lectures, but more interactive, more discussion. They would like the students to be heard, and this is the way that they can feel also other classmates from different races, different backgrounds to what they feel, what they need, and that prepares them a lot for the societal changes out there, but also about what the future jobs require, which being to find solutions ad hoc, being active, being present. So I would like to invite you, as my speech was 7 minutes, to discuss about it and tell us what you think about the ideas of the Student Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Irene. We will have just a good floor for discussion now, but allow me just one question in advance, which touches every input you gave, or all of you gave. You emphasized the diversity, the importance of diversity in classroom and staff and so on. I don't want to repeat it. Gemma, you talked about or pointed out that it's everyone's responsibility to assure diversity, inclusion, and equality. And Eva, you talked about the social responsibility and the universities that cannot stand outside society. And if we observe this for the framework of present development, there's a lot of pressure on universities to take a position, a political position. How can we assure these safe havens and spaces, even in the classroom, in the discussion in our universities? How can we avoid a polarization of a political polarization? And how can we really use our instruments, which is a scientific dialogue and a scientific a research on arguments, with arguments, and on fundamental rights, for example. So this is a question to every one of you, and perhaps, Irene, do you want to start?
Yeah, I think this political position of the university comes a lot when it comes to visas of the students, and how can international students come to university, get their documentation, especially when there are countries that they have a lot of problems with breaking up documentation for the migration offices. And a lot of our students from the Student Council, they told us that they could not participate into other Arqus countries or go to conferences because they could not get their visas on time. So I think the universities have to work a lot with the migration offices, the bureaucratic processes, and support the students because that delays a lot also their applications for scholarships, but also their applications for PhDs. And sometimes disencourage students to come to our universities as they feel that the paperwork will be too heavy on them. So I think the visa problem should be addressed very much.
And they need, if I understand you right, they need more support for the examination and the preparation of the examinations, if there are here?
Yes, support from the universities of how to apply, how to speed up their processes if it's a conference, any kind of paperwork that they need. Of course, the international offices are doing a great job, but still a lot of students, they're facing problems to mobilize themselves throughout the universities, let's say in an Arqus conference.
Yes, perhaps we can, in the Arqus perhaps in the Arqus context, we can discuss the visa aspect even more. Yeah, Gemma, do you like to answer on this general question?
Yeah, I'm not sure I have an exact answer, but really more comments, because absolutely this is something that we're being asked a lot. And I think it's valuable at this point to maybe reflect from the Scholars at Risk perspective in communication that they sent out to all the American universities at a point in time, where they very specifically separated the three concepts of academic freedom being foremost about processes, not ideas. Specifically processes that promote truth-seeking and transmission of knowledge as determined by peers of similar training and expertise and according to accepted standards of professional responsibility and ethics. So free expression then is primarily about ideas and opinions and does not include any of the evidence or other professional obligations of academic freedom. And then protest is a subset of expression and obviously intended to command attention to an idea or an opinion. So often physically with marches, posters, rallies, or visible or audible acts, which are intellectually, psychologically, emotionally, and can be ethically challenging. So I think those three things are important to keep in mind, because as a university, which I often describe as a city, it's so complex with many different populations of staff. You've got your own, like bin collection, accommodation, food preparation, as well as all our teaching and learning and research duties. And within that, you're going to have so many people that have their own wants for free expression. And to take a blanket approach at a university level, in my role, I had multiple people telling me, you need to make a statement. You shouldn't make a statement. If you make a statement, it has to say this, and you're never going to win. And in some respects, the whole point of that academic freedom is to try and find a pathway to peace or an outcome with people. And you may be bringing people from opposite sides of conflict together in a space, like you said, which is the place they can have those difficult discussions and try and forge a path forward. And if you take a blanket, no, we're not engaging with you, you're shutting off those paths to find a solution, as well as trying to, keep people happy. So I think there, as you had said, universities not being political entities is quite important to enable those spaces. But I think we can take a humanitarian focus, because obviously the atrocities and things that are happening in the world are not okay. And we support our staff and our students with their freedom of expression. And if they're going to have protests, I will bring them pizzas, as long as they're not encroaching on other students doing exams or staff trying to do research or classes or any of those types of things, and it doesn't involve discrimination, harassment, or anything that crosses the boundaries of protecting and creating a safe space for our staff and our students.
Thank you, Gemma. There would be a lot to say about it, but I will hand over to you, Eva.
I think, Gemma, I would be on the exact same wavelength with Gemma in this regard, but I think that it is, and you mentioned it in your presentation, the past several months have been, I think, an example of where we see the clash between academic freedom and freedom of expression on many campuses. I also think that institutional leaders have, for the most part, made statements. Unfortunately, they were not the statements that some of the protesters, students wanted to hear. And so while they took positions of promoting academic freedom and freedom of expression, and this was, I think, in most institutions the case, that wasn't sufficient. And in my view, the notion of opening a reasoned dialogue has to be foremost, but it wasn't always possible. I had the experience of being at a board meeting in a university, which became occupied during the board meeting because the students were addressing the board and wanted the board to take a position. And the leadership of the university reached out, met with the students who were protesting, resolved to some extent, agreed to some extent to make steps forward to look at the demands of the students in a progressive way. But those students were not, they were the leaders, but they were not the people on the street or occupying the campus. So the dialogue wasn't with the right people, became, in a sense, useless, if you will. And I think this is really critical because as a student body, yes, there is academic freedom that is based on a way of reasoning, it's not just opinion. It is a way of thinking and analyzing. When that fails, I think it's next to impossible to find a solution. other than to say we will draw the line when the threat to other groups, other students, other staff become real. That is where you have to draw the line. I think every institution that I've looked at has found different ways of solving this. But I would go back to what Irene said, which I think is very important. I think if our classroom and if our curriculum is ready to address these challenges, as you said, if it's up to date, we will prepare the students and the community much better to respond to this kind of reality. That's a longer-term proposal or a proposition, but it needs to be done. Because otherwise, and I think it might be the case, we will have more and more conflicts on campuses that seem unbridgeable.
Thank you, Eva. I think you are now excited to join our discussion, so I would like to open it for you. Are there? Yeah. And you know our panel members. Yes, here's one. The microphone, please.
Thank you so much. I'm so more than pleased that Gemma could bring this sanctuary notion and focus on this point that is so important. And then following also Irene with another important issue that was crossing my mind right there when I remember a film of Ken Loach that is the old Oak Bar. I don't know if anyone saw it, because it just reminded me that. And the question, well, I can briefly say that it was a very remote northern England town, small town, that suddenly had to absorb tens of Syrian refugees. It's an amazing film. And what crosses my mind listening Irene is a sanctuary university also a better place to be healed from the European problems we're facing in our European world, very distorted, as we saw earlier this morning in that map with Northern Hemisphere very fat and the Southern Hemisphere very thin and very... I think maybe that sanctuary will be also not just helping, but helping ourselves, of looking things in a different perspective, learning with different books and different stories that we completely ignore. Just thinking about helping. Of course, helping is important, but we also need help in this context. So I think receiving this is much more receiving ourselves than probably just helping. So how can we help better if you think that this is important for our healing too, because we think that we need to be healed of our problems, of our distorted way of things, and how can we help all the universities or these alliances helping others to be safe too and deserve to have a decent way of living.
Thank you. Irene, do you want to answer?
Well, I think that I hope I will reply to your answer, because it was a very good point. We had one time at the, again, University of Leipzig, a moment where it was during the war or the conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia. And our professor was from Armenia and our students from Azerbaijan. And he brought up the topic, which is very intense. And there was actually a conflict in the classroom, which for some people could be disturbing, could be uncomfortable, but for me it was one of the best moments of academia, because this is what you will do later on if you work at the UN or you work in any institution. You will come into class with other colleagues, and it gets you a little bit of, in reality, it looks like you are kind of a snapshot of reality. And I think that how can we help ourselves and at the same time the refugees? I think that it should be if we are all prepared, because we discuss a lot about the values and how to have similar values. If we try to align our values and we try to have a curriculum and a way of dealing with all of the people in need in the same way, I think we can provide them a safe place, and also to us. Because if we are trying to solve it also as institutions by ourselves, I think that these refugees might feel disappointed somewhere and overprivileged somewhere else. So I think it should be kind of uniform approach where European citizens and students can benefit and do not feel that they are disadvantaged from scholarships, from funds, but also the refugees and the migrants could be feeling welcome. But all of that, I think, should have a lot of conversation, and it's not only one or two initiatives, it should be consistent, long-term, because if we have short-term solutions, I think that will be also disruptive for everyone. So I'm hoping to see very much of a long process, like 10 or more years. Thank you.
It's a little bit like going out of the bubble, yeah, and to simulate real life just in classroom, yeah. Are there other questions, please? Comments or inputs? Is this a question? Patricia? No, no question. Only, only greeting. Okay, there's one question. Matthias Vidal.
Thank you very much for inspiring talks. I would like to insist on two dilemmata. One is with the metaphor of the sanctuary. One is there's a humanitarian situation where we need to help, but then it turns out that the people need help for longer than we can provide it. So Gemma, perhaps you can give us some ideas. How do you hand over from that first moment of help into other systems? I guess that is one that is really crucial, because we are no longer self-sustaining monasteries like in the Middle Ages when we had an economic basis for helping people for years. The second dilemma is that the sanctuary metaphor insists on helping, protecting, shelter. At the same time, the polarization that was already mentioned, of course, comes from minorities who would like to be seen, to be heard, etc. So how do we act when our intention to help becomes the origin of conflict on campus? Yeah? Here again, we have a difficulty. The political class is, to my understanding, often hiding itself when it comes to these conflicts. They leave it to us to protect and shelter, and they leave it to us to live with the polarization. And afterwards we get wonderful recommendations how to solve all these problems. Yeah? So can you share perhaps a little bit experience? Because my feeling is, but it's only a feeling, that across the Alliance we have very different approaches to these problems and dilemmata, and we have not yet found a common policy. And I'm not sure if we should even aim at it or if we can achieve it. But sharing experience is perhaps the first step.
Thank you, Matthias. I think everybody on the on the panel would like to answer. Eva, do you want to? No, pardon. It was directly addressed to Gemma. So, but the others can continue, please.
Thank you very much for that question. It's really important because it's an ethical dilemma. We're not humanitarian organizations. When we had 1,200 Ukrainians staying on campus, we're not equipped to deal with the trauma, the supports that they needed, the financial supports. We're educators. So in actual fact, being in that situation has given me a perspective that in some respects, we can't help everybody. You just physically can't help everybody as much as you want to. but you can help some people. And what's been really important for us, I think, is in the people that we're supporting, we're doing it really well. And because we've got this very much this focus on academic excellence and research and standards, it is a very high bar for the people who can even get these fellowships. A Marie Curie, fellowship is prestigious for any of us, let alone somebody from all across the world entering another system. So in some respects, ethically, there is a question to be had. If you're going to pick one person to save, and it's literally saving, our Afghanistan person fled with their entire family, and we managed to get them out to safety and to get set up. The person that we helped is somebody who is going to be able to keep an entire system of education alive outside of a conflict zone, so that when things might be ready and the networks that they'll be in a position to be able to bring that back to the children who will need them. So that's a really good investment of our time. I would have loved to have saved hundreds of people, but if I can only really support one, in actual fact, being quite selective in who you're going to support can help with that. That person would tell us, because we've actually funded them for 3 years. And I did that deliberately because before 2021, 2022, Scholars at Risk would have helped people whose research topics were the reason they had to flee. So when that settled down after a year, they could have maybe gone home. That's not the situation anymore. Entire countries are being razed to the ground. They've nowhere to go back to. So your question about, well, what do you do after a year? So the 3 years that we had was first year, get them safe and set up and starting with research. Second year, really kicking off with that research, is re-establishing networks. And the third year is on career. So helping them to get a job, because either they're going to go into, a deanship, leadership level somewhere, or they're going to be at a very entry-level executive assistant level because of language barriers. So we're re-establishing with people, social networks. Who knows you as important as who you know, and helping them, But that person, if I asked them, would say, I would rather you'd save 3 people for 1 year each than one person for 3 years. So it's an ethical dilemma, and that's for every institution to consider. The other thing I think is, in the longer term, that kind of intention to help coming from a conflict on campus speaks to the point about we're a little place that people can explore this in a safe environment. My example that I say, and this is by no means comparable, I'm a New Zealander living in Ireland. When the All Blacks rugby team beat the Irish rugby team, I was apologising for weeks. In every meeting I went to, and people didn't even have to say anything, but I became the closest embodiment of their frustration and their disappointment. So I can only imagine what my colleagues are experiencing when they're the closest embodiment of their country somewhere over there who is doing terrible things. And it's not frustration and disappointment, but it's horror, shock, anger, and often hatred. So a university has to be a place where people can work through those emotions and realize the right way to interact and engage with people so that we can all try and move forward.
Gemma, yeah. That's applause. On our panel, Eva, do you like to add?
I would just like to try and answer, or at least comment on the second question that you asked. When the incoming group becomes the minority that creates a conflict. And I think that everything that Gemma has said leads me to think it really also depends on the behavior and the actions of the staff and of the academics. And it is not given to everyone to feel empathy, to know how to deal in a classroom that may be conflictual. So I think there is a lot to be said for a point that Irene also made, which is diversity of staff and academics. But there's also a place for training. of staff and academics, especially in this area of listening, hearing, teaching others how to listen and hear. And there's been a lot of work done in the area of internationalization of higher education by people who specialize particularly on training educators and trainers in ways of integrating different perspectives into the classroom. Because it's not a given that we all know how to even hear a different accent and accept a different accent. Some of us understand perfectly well somebody who speaks poor, whatever the language is, but others really just don't. So you really need to do that. You need to train and educate people, the staff and the academics, to be able to take the time. I have heard of experiences of Syrian and Afghani students who came to a university and where faculty members taught in political science about their countries without ever inviting them to speak. And that happens, and it has to stop happening, because both it values the student that has that knowledge among his or her peers, but it also enriches the classroom tremendously. So there are ways to avoid that conflict that you identified, but it's not going to happen without us doing something. Thank you.
Yeah, perhaps we need at our universities or in our society more training on tolerance. This should, from my point of view, is the basis for all this and for our democratic values as well. So I agreed with Irene and Gemma, and I hope with you as well, that we now, because lunch is prepared, I guess, that we have a very short closing round. I would say 1 or 2 sentences. And perhaps Irene has 2 sentences more, because we agreed on it, okay? Will you start, please?
Yes, sure. I would say that, back to the last comment, we do have a work package for diversity at Arqus, and I think this work package should give us a lot of ideas. We can work with it. It is really good for all of us to have an aligned policy. But also, I think polarization at the end is not at all bad. You know, it is reality. Sometimes it can happen in the classrooms. We should also embrace that, but try also to, you know, directly address it and try to the universities to be a place of conversation. But yes, I'm willing to listen a lot to the work packets of diversity. That's their suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Gemma, your closing remarks.
Okay. Well, I'd just reiterate, individually we're unique, but collectively we're diverse, and it's each of your responsibility to ensure equality, celebrate diversity, and promote inclusion in your institution. And we have a real opportunity here in the Arqus Alliance to work together on this and be a beacon for how excellence in our teaching and learning, our research, and our engagement can be seen through an EDI lens.
Thank you, that's true. Eva, your remarks.
I was going to say you have a perfect example or perfect opportunity as Arqus to learn from a very exemplary institutional approach to EDI, but also to the sanctuary, university as sanctuary. So I think that is a wonderful opportunity for Arqus. And I want to also, in a sense, apologize for the kind of statement that I made, which was driven by my current sense of context. And I think that is something that we should always keep in mind. We all live and work and exist in different contexts. And those contexts influence what we see, how we see reality, and how we react. And I'm right now living in the context of a very, very destabilizing system in France, and it colors everything I see because it's so worrisome. And so that's why I was so state strong.
That's, yeah. That's why it is so important to exchange ideas, thoughts, concerns, and so on. This is the basis for tolerance, and this is the basis for a sanctuary, a university, safe haven. So I think the discussion, thank you all here on the panel, Irene, Gemma, Eva. Thank you very much for this very fruitful discussion, and I think this discussion will continue, perhaps just now during lunch. So have a good lunch. Thank you.
After this productive and insightful morning, it is time for lunch. The lunch will be served in the university restaurant. Please follow the signs. I would like to add an information that you can leave your personal belongings here, and we need to return at 2:30 p.m. Please enjoy your lunch.
beat it. You have to show them that you're really not scared. You're playing with your life, that ain't a truth or dare. They kick you, then they beat you, then they tell you it's fair. So beat it, but you wanna be bit. Beat it, beat it. No one wants to be defeated. Strong, health, funky, strong is your fight. It doesn't matter who's wrong or right. Just beat it, beat it. No one wants to be defeated. Strong, health, funky, strong is your fight. It doesn't matter who's wrong or right. Just beat it, just beat it, beat it, just beat it. Beat it, beat it. No one wants to be defeated. Strong, health, funky, strong is your fight. It doesn't matter who's wrong or right. Just beat it, beat it. No one wants to be defeated. Strong, health, funky, strong is your fight. It doesn't matter who's wrong or right. Just beat it. Just beat it. When you were here before, can look in the eye. You're just like an angel. Your skin makes me cry. You float like a feather in a beautiful world. I wish I was special. You're so very special. But I'm a creep, and I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't care if it hurts. I wanna have control. I want a perfect body. I want a perfect soul. I want you to notice when I'm not around. You're so very special. I wish I was special. But I'm a creep. I'm a so very special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't belong here. She was more like a beauty queen from a movie scene. I said, oh mine, but what do you mean? I'm the one who dance on the floor in a round. She said, I'm the one who dance on the floor in a round. She told me her name was Billie Jean, and she crossed the scene. In every hair to read as a dream of being the one who dance on the floor in a round.
People always told me, be careful what you do. Don't go around breaking young girls' hearts. A mother always told me, be careful what you love. Be careful what you do, 'cause a life becomes a truth. Billie Jean, it's like my love. She's just a girl who claims that I am the one, but the kid is not my son. She says I am the one, but the kid is not my son.
Skins and plans, as we dance on the floor in a round. So take my string advice, just remember to always think twice. She told my baby we're dancing tree, and she looked at me and showed a photo. My baby cried, his eyes were like mine. So we dance on the floor in a round.
Told me, be careful what you do. Don't go around breaking young girls' hearts. She came and stood right by me. Then the smell of sweet perfume. This happened much too soon. She called me to the room. Billie Jean, it's not my love. She's just a girl who claims that I am the one, but the kid is not my son. She says I am the one, but the kid is not my son. disguises no one knows, hides the face, lies the snake. The sun in my eyes rays, boiling heat, summer's tense, neath the black the sky looks there. Call my name through the cream and I'll hear you scream again. Black old sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black old sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Stuttering, cold and dim, still the warm wind, tired friend. Times are gone for all honest men, sometimes far too long for snakes. In my shoes, walking sleep. In my youth, I pray to keep heaven sent hell away, and no one sings like you anymore. Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Hand my head, drown my fear, till you all just disappear. Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come?
Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment to arise. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take the sunken eyes and learn to see. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment to be free. Blackbird fly, blackbird fly, into the light of a dark black night. Blackbird fly, blackbird fly, into the light of a dark black night. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly all your life. You were only waiting for this moment to arise. You were only waiting for this moment to arise. Just no sense when every answer's wrong. You're fighting with lost confidence, all expectations gone. The time has come to make or break. Move on, don't hesitate. Break out, don't stop to ask. Now you've found a break to make it last. You've got to find a way, so what you want to say, break out. When situations never change, tomorrow looks unsure. Don't leave your destiny to chance. What are you waiting for? The time has come to make or break. Break out, don't stop to ask. Now you found a break to make it last.
so alone. Never thought you would make my heart be broke. I gotta let go. All the pain will eat me if I don't. How can I cope? Been feeling so low since you have hit the road. Turn to a person I no longer know. Memories of us will still give me hope. I'm still haunted by all these ghosts. I don't feel wanted, I've been on my own. Nobody's calling me up on my phone, and I need you to talk, but I just get the tone. Yeah, wish we ain't met. Sometimes I feel like I'm better off dead. What hurts the most is you were my best friend. Now you're the one that my heart regrets.
I wish I never met you, but I still wanna hold you. Getting over you is just something I can't do. I wanna feel brand new, it's just something I can't do.
Sorry that I'm not enough. What's the point if we don't got trust? No one listens, I'm feeling stuck. Can't move on from the thought of us. Hate we didn't have a choice. Move across the map and you couldn't join. Going numb in my heart void. Our love has now been destroyed. Feeling certain no one is perfect. Hide my smile behind a curtain. Wish you're mine but don't got the courage. Can't leave the thoughts that say I'm worthless, but alone doing shots. I know we fighting, it happens a lot. Lately been acting like someone I'm not. Don't know what happy is, think I forgot. Yeah.
I wish I never met you, but I still wanna hold you. Getting over you is just something I can't do. I wanna feel brand new, it's just something I can't do.
Shallow waters rising fast, empty hollow field at last. Fleeting thoughts, they fill my mind with grain, hope in love divine. Hallowed evening rising past, hope the winter clears at last. Beating drums that fill the shrine, wearing robes as red as to you. I'm too good to you. I'm too good to you. Don't serve me no more. I see your face in my room. I saw the twist that you wrote. What the fuck you tryna do? I see your name on the moon. I still smell your perfume. What the fuck you tryna do? So don't bring nothing. Don't be infectious. Don't be mad, babe. Oh, don't be bad, babe. Leave my bed, babe. Please forget me, 'cause I'm too good to you. I'm too good to you. I'm too good to you. Don't serve me no more. I'm too good to you. I'm too good to you. I'm too good to you. Don't serve me no more.
This isn't easy to say, 'cause we haven't talked in a month. And when you see me with him, you'll probably think I moved on. Yeah, I lie to him when I say that I'm over you. Yeah, I know it's messed up, but the truth is, every time I'm with him, it just makes me miss you more. Even though there's someone new, yeah, they'll never be my cure. And I know they say it helps, but I swear I was feeling better before. I guess I miss you more. I miss you more. I guess I miss you more. Got me thinking about you, probably more than I should. And I know that it's wrong, but what can I do when every time I'm with him, it just makes me miss you more. Even though there's someone new, yeah, they'll never be my cure. And I know they say it helps, but I swear I was feeling better before. I guess I miss you more. I miss you more. I guess I miss you more. Tell me, would you pick up if I called you right now, so that I could tell you I miss you? Tell me, would you pick up if I called you right now, so that I could tell you, so that I could tell you I don't wanna be with him. I can't do it anymore. I'm not getting over you. Maybe you're the only cure. I'm not ready to move on. Can we go back to how it was before? I guess I miss you more. I miss you more. I guess I miss you more. I miss you more. is a pill that's hard to swallow. Oh, my demons scream the echoes, and I'm cleaning blood off a bathroom wall. A fractured heart and a shattered soul lays there next to us. Are you alive or just breathing? Is it living when you're dreaming? I'll be gone and come on, we'll leave a note. Are you alive or just breathing? Does God know it when you're kneeling? 'Cause when I'm gone, I hope you can see ghosts. I hope you can see ghosts. Yeah. I hope you can see ghosts. I hope you can see. Dead asleep, you're seeing shadows. Revenge is awakened to your pillow. I sense your feet coming down to your back. My haunting past in the shade of black. I lay there next to her. Are you alive or just breathing? Is it living when you're dreaming? I'll be gone and come on, we'll leave a note. You alive or just breathing? Does God know it when you're near? 'Cause when I'm gone, I hope you can see ghosts. I hope you can see ghosts. I hope you can see ghosts. You made up all my darkest days. You're the one that left me wide awake. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm just a sense in your car. You can take back all my darkest days. You're the only one that's worth the pain. When I'm gone, I hope you can see ghosts. Cold waves will crashing with the tide, spilling secrets in the night. You're a blue haze. I'm on an island in your eyes. I get lost here every time. When I'm with you, it's a love vacation. Don't need no map when you're my location. Don't wanna sleep, wanna stay awake, yeah. When I'm with you, there's no rest in pain.
Why does their skin look so comfy? Why does the love seem so pure? And why do I put myself in this glass box? I wanna be more than a double tap.
All I need are 4 walls and some headphones. Quiet, please leave me alone. Give me headroom, need to space out, space now. Sonics be the only thing that take me different places. Going through some phases.
All I need are 4 walls and some headphones. Baby, please leave me alone. Give me headroom, need to space out, space now. Sonics be the only thing that take me different places. Going through some phases. Hold your tongue, don't speak, go skipper and wave and smile and keep the secret and hide behind the gap, boy, don't let them see it. Right, it's way too cold to be chilling outside. It's like 50 degrees in your shoulder tonight. Oh, I need a warm blanket. I need a warm blanket. Reminisce, so 3 CD playing my song. I don't care about the neighbors, I'ma dance alone. Cause I need a warm blanket. I need a warm blanket. I used to look to LA, but what the hell would you know? A nigga full of broken dreams and some Gucci halos. See, I struggle to relate, ain't got no friends on the side. Was a soft black kid, called a faggot for crying. Paper mache feelings holding up my feelings. Sometimes I get way too sensitive and sometimes I don't feel it. I don't know why. I need to rebuild inside. Bro, it's way too cold to be chilling outside. It's like 50 degrees in your shoulder tonight. Oh, I I need a warm blanket. I need a warm blanket. Reminisce 03 CD playing my song. I don't care about the neighbors, I'ma dance alone. Cause I need a warm blanket. I need a warm blanket.
All I need are four walls and some headphones. Quiet, please leave me all alone. Give me headroom, need to space out, space now. Sonic speed are only thing to take me different places. Going through some phases.
All I need are four walls and some headphones. Quiet, please leave me alone. Give me headroom, need to space out, space now. Sonic speed the only thing to take me different places. Going through some phases. The touch of yours is what I've been looking for. When you say my name, I just wanna feel you more. I tried to read your book, but it's too complicated. And I can't know how you feel. Damn, I hate it. Oh, I'm gonna try to find the light from the sun when I'm underwater. I'm gonna try to feel the heat in the cold. You're making it harder. Oh, every day that's passing by, I wanna feel your hand in mine. I'm gonna find the light, which is making me shine. The smile of yours, I'm never sad no more. When you're getting close, what are we waiting for? I tried to stop your bomb, but it detonated. And I can't know how you feel. Damn, I hate it. Oh, I'm gonna try to find the light from the sun when I'm underwater. I'm gonna try to feel the heat in the cold. You're making it harder. Oh, every day that's passing by, I wanna feel your hand in mine. I'm gonna find the light, which is making me shine.
to an a-hole. What's the point of feeling shook when you lay low? What's the point in getting with someone you don't know? Tell me, baby, don't lie. You can't hide. I won't lie. If you speak the truth, you will miss your body, 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 body next to me. I miss your body, 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 body next to me. I miss your body, 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 body next to me. I miss your body, 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 body next to me. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We're about to start another plenary session. This session will address the topic of the European University Alliances as opportunities to rethink internationalization strategies in higher education. Pedro Teixeira, full professor at the Faculty of Economics of the University of Porto and director of the Higher Education Policy Research Center, will be the keynote speaker. We would also like to introduce Laura Czerniewics from the Arqus International Advisory Board and Urszula Barkoskaite from the Student Council. The moderator will be Eva Leinonen, President of the Minho University. Please join us at the stage.
Good afternoon, that's much better. Good afternoon and welcome back, and it's a great pleasure for me to be a moderator of the third plenary session, and thank you again for the university for hosting us here. And I was going to say, Eva, and you stole my line earlier, which was that congratulations on your 50th anniversary and all the best for another 50, 100 years to come. I will introduce the panel members in a moment, but I'll just say a few opening remarks. And, you know, thinking about the importance of a European University Alliance, of thinking about and rethinking and reshaping internationalization and strategies is very important. And we have discussed, for instance, yesterday at the Rectors' Forum, or retreat as we call it now, we were discussing, you know, internationalization, particularly taking a strategic perspective, how would we focus more, and other topics that I'm sure will come up after the keynote speech. I have lived most of my life, adult life, all of my adult life, in fact, in different cultural contexts. I went to university in the I come from Finland, first of all, so that's the name. I come from, I went to university in the United Kingdom, worked there in various different roles. Australia, I was the rector of university in Australia, now in Ireland. So I was just reflecting on the fact that I, like many people in this room, we are sort of international people almost by definition. We just are. And one of the questions we were discussing at the Rector's Retreat is that how do we bring other people on board who might not feel so inclined to get involved in Arqus Alliance or international activity, but also may not feel comfortable in a different cultural or linguistic context. I have come to realize that I personally thrive in that kind of context because you just get so many ideas that you would never stumble across if you were in a very monocultural context and lived your life in that way. Just a couple of words about international strategies. I have been a leader for a very long time, over 20 years, 25 years maybe, of various universities. And, you know, when we think about internationalization strategies, they do need to really be quite bold at times. We do need to look into the future. We need to think about the context within which we operate. But also, I think there are certain sort of underpinnings that all the strategies that I know about would have, which would be student and staff mobility, strategic partnerships, student recruitment, student experience on campus for international students, preparing our students going abroad, and so on. So there are definitely sort of parts that need to be part of strategies, and we all recognize. But maybe we can think about, is there something that we might have missed out on, or is there something that we need to look into the future? You know, some years gone by, we didn't think about such things as virtual engagements within the international context. And of course, post-COVID, it has become something that we do increasingly. Just a couple of words about European alliances. This is the first European alliance that I have been party to and part of. And I think Arqus particularly is a very strong alliance. In the short period of time that I have been involved with Arqus Alliance, I can see so much synergy, I can see collaboration, I can see debate, and I think that's really important. And I can see ways in which we are shaping the alliance itself. I like to pay my respects to Dorothy Kelly and others who were there from the beginning and have put the foundations in place. Because now that those of us who are new are coming into the alliance, we are now able to critique that work, which is you know, an easy task, but also build on those foundations to go into the future. So those are perhaps just my few opening remarks, and I would now like to introduce the panel members. And our keynote speaker today, Professor Pedro Teixeira. I did go to pronouncemyname.com, by the way. Did you know there is such a thing, pronouncemyname.com, so you can actually get a little bit of a feel for pronunciation. Professor Teixeira is a director of Center for Research on Higher Education Policy, a full professor of economics at the University of Porto, served as Secretary of State for Higher Education in Portugal from 2022 to 2024. Huge experience in higher education policy, including, as I said, Director of CIPES, Advisor to the President of Portugal, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of University of Porto. And I think, Pedro, I could go on, but I think that's a very distinguished introduction. And Pedro's research focuses on the economics of education and the history of economic thought, and he has published widely and edited several major works in these fields. I would then like to introduce Professor Laura, and now let me see what it said on the pronouncemyname.com. Janovic, something like that. Apologies. Myself, like yourself, is probably used to most approximations to our names, but I always apologize. Laura is Professor Emerit at the University of Cape Town, South Africa, previously the founding director of its Center for Innovation in Learning and Teaching and several other structures in the university. She's been active internationally through extensive networks in both the global north and south, through joint research projects, invited keynote addresses, regular review processes. Of course, Laura is also our International Advisory Board and many other boards and journals and so on. So very distinguished career, and thank you for being here. And then our third panel member is Ursula, and we did pronounce the name Bakhauskaite, something like that. Arqus Student Council. Ursula is a second-year microbiology student at the Life Sciences Center at Vilnius University. She's an active member of the student representation at the university, and she is the International Student Affairs Coordinator, responsible for the advocacy process for international students and the overall assurance of the integration process of international principles, crucial to the individual and collective experience of students at Vilnius University. So welcome, panel members, and it's now my great pleasure to invite Professor Cheda to do his keynote address. Thank you very much indeed.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation, particularly word of gratitude to the rector, Professor Rui Vieira de Castro, because he had enough of me in the last 2 years, and yet he still insisted in having me. I said, you don't need any more. But so thank you so much. And it's a pleasure also to see some faces that we know each other for many years, Dorothy, Eva, Fernando. Well, I will start with 2 caveats. The first is that I'm very committed to internationalization. Like Eva mentioned, many of us are a product of international higher education. So I lived in 5 different countries, 4 different countries besides Portugal, and I did my training throughout that process. I was the coordinator of exchange programs at my own institution. I was always very keen on that. But for 2 reasons. The first, my words will be a little bit provocative. The first, it's because I think we are at a stage, well, with this kind of audience, you're all convinced and persuaded. That's why you have an alliance, and you do all this work throughout the year because you think it's an important thing. So I don't need to persuade you. And I think that we need to move forward in the way we approach internationalization in a different way that we've done in many cases across Europe. I think we are at the stage where we can evolve to a more mature. And then secondly, it's a practical reason. Having been awarded this envious slot after lunch, I thought I should make adopt a more provocative tone, otherwise you'll fall asleep. Anyway, I prepared some slides which are not particularly exciting, so there are no funny cartoons, no striking data. It's just that if you fall asleep and then suddenly you wake up, maybe because your colleagues start moaning because you're snoring, then you can reconnect and see what are we talking about. So that's the thing. I will not follow strictly the slides. It's just a way of systematizing some of things. Okay. The point that the main message that I'm trying to bring to the discussion is to what extent the European University Initiative and these alliances that have been forged, like Arqus, are an opportunity for us as institutions to rethink the way we approach internationalization. And so most of my comments, or my statements in the panel will be very much linked to this and born of the experience, my own institutional experience, my experience at the system level, but also the fact that for many years I was a reviewer for UA and for ENQA. I also reviewed 2 European education systems for the OECD, precisely on the topic of internationalization. And so this is, I try that this wouldn't be a very academic presentation. It would be much more hopefully hopeful for and useful for this type of audience that I think needs something much more practical to take from this session. Okay. One of the concerns that I have to start with European University Alliances, which I think is actually a great initiative, that's already part of the initial remarks. One of the concerns that I have is that many institutions may look at this just another international collaboration. And if that's the case, I think you are wasting your time. I don't think it's worth the effort and the energy that all these universities are putting, and particularly the ones that are part of this alliance. If you just look at this as just another one that you add to the long list of international collaborations, then I think we're missing the main objective. And all the discussion that particularly the Commission likes to promote, saying this is a transformative moment for higher education, will not happen. And one of the dimensions in which I'm concerned is that I'm from a country that is particularly committed to Europeanization, international higher education, and particularly to this initiative. So 2/3 roughly of our public universities and polytechnics are already part of one of the alliances. So that gives you a sense of how much we are involved. But the risk is that the ones that are not part, or the ones that actually decided to take this step, decided to do it because the neighbor was already part of one alliance, and you don't want to be left out of it. And we know that it's quite often a driver in terms of institutional leadership, but it's not normally a very good motivation to do things just because your neighbor are also doing it. And I think that's one of the concerns, is that this is being presented quite often as a sort of reputational device. So I'm part of an alliance, as if by itself that would change anything in your university, in your institution. And that's why I'm concerned. I think the work starts there. I mean, of course, there is a lot of work in preparing the application. We know, you all know this, but I mean, the real work starts after that. And that's why I think, you know, one of the concerns that I have is that this has been launched with very high expectations at the European level, at the national level, and at the institutional level. And then we have the risk of, like in many other things in higher education, we get mixed results. So I think that's why my plea is for a more strategic approach towards this. I will probably go a little bit faster in these initial slides because in many ways I'm recapping things that you know because you're familiar with internationalization. I'm just making them explicit because actually I think the fact that we take for granted or that we take as implicit many of these things also produce certain degrees of ambiguity in the way our institutions approach internationalization. I think that's an area of concern. So, of course, you know all of these. You know, internationalization, you have to consider multiple dimensions. Of course, you have multiple rationales. You know, if you go through policy documents, institutional documents, sometimes the emphasis is on academic collaboration. Sometimes, in some cases, in some contexts, the economic, the financial dimension has become important. Certainly, this was one of the strong arguments in Portugal, as in other countries, to, for instance, to adopt a differentiated fee system for international students. And many of the success stories of internationalization of higher education systems is quite often associated with this financial dimension. I mean, all the discourse about the Times Higher Education actually today has a piece about the Australian government, for instance, making more difficult for universities to attract, to grant visas for international students. But Australia for many years was really one of the examples of success, very much associated with this financial motivation. The UK, several other cases would be the same. But also you have a mixture of motivations and rationales. And what I'm saying is that one of the first points that we need to reflect is, why are we doing this? I'm not saying that you need to choose one of these, but I think you need to reflect how much emphasis you want to put in each of these rationales, how much that makes sense for your institution, for your system. And I think that's, in many ways, in a nutshell, many of the things that I will say is that I would encourage, and I think there is insufficient reflection in many of our universities about why do we doing what we're doing in internationalization. So it's not a criticism in terms of the way things are being done. I think we need to reflect about why and how we do things. And then I emphasize the issue of missions. Of course, we talk about internationalization in education, in research. Quite frankly, we hardly talk about higher education in relation to society and third mission and service to society, social engagement, whatever dimension you want to focus. And that, for me, that's actually already a sensitive point, and I will elaborate further on this. And then the issue of which instruments you use, and particularly this balance between internationalization at home and internationalization abroad, I think is also one of the signs of the fragility in the way we approach internationalization. Because in many ways, internationalization abroad is much less challenging to your organization than internationalization at home. It doesn't disturb the balance of power, the way you organize your programs, the way your research networks are set up. It's just an add-on, a plus that you give to your students, to your staff, to your faculty. You encourage this, but actually it doesn't, I mean, the exchange students that come to your institution will have to adjust most of the time to the structure of programs and the way you teach and the way you assess. Of course, some people will be more flexible, but in many ways that doesn't affect so much. If you're trying to attract students to do a full degree, if you want to reconfigure your degrees as international degrees, then the structure will have to change much more. And I think one of the signs that I think we're adopting a very superficial way in the way we approach internationalization is that quite often our institutions tend to favor much more internationalization abroad than internationalization at home, because that's much less demanding in terms of the organization. And the final comment that I will make in terms of the multiple dimensions that, you know, I'm not saying that you have to do all of these. Actually, in many ways, the point that I'm trying to make is that if we move to a different stage of internationalization, we need to be much more selective about what we do. And in many ways, we need to learn, in the same way we say yes to international collaborations, we need to learn to say no to some collaborations. Not because this is not a decent partner or because it's not a good institution, but because it doesn't fit what you're trying to do. Because it distracts your resources, your time, your energy to just another project, just another collaboration that doesn't add significantly to what you're trying to achieve as institutional leaders, as institutions as a whole. So the questions that I'm then trying to ask is in many ways operationalizing many of the things that I've said in the previous slides. So, you know, why are we internationalizing? It's because we have this pressure from the system, from the government, from the EU to do this. If that's the case, I think that's a topic for concern. I think that's part of the reflection. And in many of the discussions, institutionally or at the national level, I quite often get the impression that we need to do because others are doing, and we cannot miss the bandwagon. But I think that's one of the areas of concern. Again, I mentioned already which rationales are more important, which instruments are developed for each mission. So how much thinking there is in our institutions about how much emphasis am I placing international abroad and internationalization at home when it comes to education, when it comes to research, when it comes to relationship with society, if there is any. I mean, does this come out of an explicit reflection, an explicit choice, or just happens by chance, or because someone proposes something? And are we driving the process of internationalization, or are we just being driven and pulled in multiple directions? So in many ways, that's the thing. Of course, the more you bring this discussion into your institution, and again, I know that I'm saying in many ways, I hope that are not platitudes, but things that you know at least, the discussion becomes much more difficult. You know, the understanding about, you know, what we mean by internationalization, what are the implications of internationalization across the university, especially in large comprehensive institutions, is not an easy discussion. Different disciplines will have different understandings and different priorities. Different stakeholders will have different understandings. The students will have a different set of priorities from the non-academic staff, from the academic staff, from the researchers, from the departmental chairs, and so on and so forth. And when I was saying before that you need to make this more explicit, it's not that will make your life easier, but at least will make the process more transparent. If we don't bring to the surface these tensions and these, in many ways, these contradictions, the problems will not disappear. We're just pretending they don't exist. And I think if we want to have a much more effective, if we want internationalization to have much more impact in our institutions, we need to have a much more consequential discussion internally about, and how can we achieve a compromise between these different perspectives and different priorities regarding internationalization. You know? And this means that not all the positions, all the priorities, all the interests regarding internationalization will be considered in the strategy of the institution. It means that we need to be more selective. And this is a problem, I would say, because I don't know what's the specific experience of your specific institution, but my understanding from many of the institutions that I know is that quite often internationalization was much more driven by bottom-up initiatives than by top-down initiatives. Quite often it was because there were colleagues that had collaboration with other colleagues in another university that decided, or because there was a joint research project, or because there was, they knew each other, they studied abroad, they had these networks. And quite often, because we know also that what happens in our institutions depend a lot of this energy, this motivation, this commitment, we tend to encourage this, we tend to nurture this, and we tend to accept this. And the end result is that we have this long list of memorandums of agreement. Quite often, many of them never had any consequence in our institution. Even less people reflect about what was the significance and the impact of this collaboration in our institution. What has changed in our institution because we started collaboration with this university in country X. My experience is that in most cases we don't do this. And we know also that our colleagues will be particularly displeased. We say, thank you very much, but we're not interested in pursuing this further. So we do these very nice photo opportunities with distinguished guests. We publish in our online newsletter. We say, this wonderful collaboration will start. And then quite often this gets out of the radar of the president or director because, of course, they have many things to worry and they will move to the next item on the agenda. And I think this is not an easy decision, but for me, a mature approach to internationalization, those institutions that I regard highly, that I visit, that I assess, that I thought had a much more consolidated view about internationalization, were the ones that were able to say, well, this is very interesting actually, but we're not doing this. Or in terms of geographies, we decided to prioritize this and that. It's not that we don't think that's important that other institutions collaborate with that, but it's not our core priorities. And this capacity to say yes and no, and to have criteria, and these criteria are taken by the institution as a whole, understood by the institution, I think would make quite a significant difference in the way we approach internationalization. And that means, of course, that we need to be much more serious about, really how important, what have we missed because we discarded this possibility of collaboration. Because otherwise it's just this, and I'm sorry because in that respect probably I'm very much biased because I'm an economist, and as you know, economists are very simple people, in many ways simplistic, and the first classes you teach first year students that there is an opportunity cost for everything. So if you accept something, if you allocate resources to something, it means that those resources will not be available for other alternative options. So the time of your staff, that money will not replicate. Yes, there are miracles for those that believe in miracles, but normally I think God has more important things than universities. So therefore, they will not multiply. And therefore, it means that if you use that time and resource, and I emphasize a lot of time, the word time, because I think actually the most scarce resource that we have in our institutions is actually time. And then you go to a Senate meeting or to a board meeting and our colleagues complain that they are overburdened. But the moment you ask them, well, let's start thinking, what will we drop? Which activities will we stop? You all know as rectors how difficult that is. And I think that's the problem. We have this, how can I use a nice word, naive view that our time is elastic and our resources are elastic. And they are not elastic in anything that we do, and certainly not regarding internationalization. So I think that's in many ways the thing that I'm trying to do. And then when I'm saying, let's be consequential, when we go to our strategic documents, what's the role of internationalization? Beyond the nice statements about, we could all make this bland conversation about internationalization. How much this shaping what we do in education, in learning, in research and development, and in relationship to society. And then one of the good tests that you can do nowadays in quality assurance and management is how much of this amount of data that you collect you use in terms of management. Because as we know, we are learning organizations, so we learn how to deal with quality assurance. We all have all this data to produce and show that we are very keen in collecting data. But how much do you use this when we take decisions in our institutions? And my experience, maybe you are exceptional, or you certainly all exceptional institutions, but my experience with many universities is that you have this quality assurance unit, and then you have the management. And quite often, when you ask how much of these has been used in the management and the strategy, very little. So you do this because there is this external pressure in terms of accountability. You need to show off that you have the data, but then we don't use the data. And I have to tell you, and I'm saying this because I feel as being part of, among colleagues, you would be struck, at least I have been struck, both at the institutional level, at the system level, how little we base our discussions in institutional policies and in national policies on data and evidence. And for organizations that normally boast they are producers of knowledge, we have a very insufficient capacity to use the knowledge we produce to shape, to justify, and to support the decisions that we make, or the objectives that we're trying to attain. I mentioned before that one of the blank spots, quite often in terms of internationalization, is third mission. And in many ways, I think that's actually one of the opportunities that the European Universities Alliance present. And why I think this is particularly important, because, well, for various reasons, but I'll be brief because I think I'm running out of time. The first thing is because of the linkages that you can establish between this and what you're trying to do in internationalization, in education, and in research. I mean, think about when we move from exchange students or mobility students to full degree international students, one of the basic criteria that the evidence tells you that they will use is what are the employment opportunities afterwards, how dynamic the region is. So the fact that you can actually use the links that you have with the region, with the businesses surrounding your institutions, will actually play a very important, can play a very important role in attracting students. In the same way, what you do with companies, it will play in both directions, actually. Not only in terms of saying, well, we're doing all these wonderful projects like the University of Minho, of course, is doing, but at the same time, you can present yourself to your region as an intermediate between using your international connections, saying, well, I'm not only important because of this knowledge that I'm transferred, but I can give you access to an international network of institutions that also have a very strong embeddedness in regions that are dynamic. So I can help you foster collaborations with other regions, with other companies, and this may be relevant. So this may reinforce the relevance that we have for our territories. So for me, that's quite puzzling how little we use, we integrate third mission in the discourse about internationalization or the other way around. So I think that's, and the second main reason why I think it's particularly important is because that would help us differentiate the way we approach internationalization, because each of us lives and are located in different regions with specific needs. So the more we bring this into the discussion about internationalization, the more we'll be able to differentiate us from the neighbors that are doing different things, because they respond to different communities and they don't have necessarily the same, they don't face necessarily the same challenges. So, and actually this is quite virtuous, I would say, because it will show that what you're doing when the rector is traveling, when the professor is traveling, they're actually doing service, they're contributing to something that benefits not only the university at large, but the community at large. So they're not doing scientific tourism, as some people would say, but they're actually forging links that can spread beyond the institutional limits. And I think that's, for me, one of the areas where I think that we could make much more progress. And European University Alliance, because of all the work and all the discussion that have been involved in preparing and developing these collaborations, I think there is clearly an opportunity there. So in many ways, what I'm trying to systematize now is how we can move from what I call simply mode 1 of internationalization to mode 2. You probably have guessed what is mode 1 and mode 2. In mode 1, we're talking about internationalization as an institutional area of activity, an institutional concern. I would say that quite often academic rationales and objectives are prevalent. So you tend to be much more focused and much more led by academic collaborations, by exchanges in education, by your colleagues' contacts. And the focus is more in terms of education mission and mainly on internationalization abroad. You have what I hope it's not too offensive, undifferentiated partnerships. So the emphasis on the quantity of partners. You want to say that you have X number of collaborations, X number of agreements, X number of international students, and the number of people that participate in these activities. There is very limited institutional screening, and the bottom-up dynamics tends to dominate. And one of the results of all of these is quite often that international activities are not aligned between missions, between levels of education, between levels of activities of basic units. Or saying in a more simple, different way, each part of university is driving in a very different direction, internationalization. And there is not a common understanding about what we want from internationalization, what our priorities in internationalization. What I think the alliances are an opportunity to move to a mode to internationalization. So I'm talking now not of a concern, but a priority. And if it's a priority, that means that it's transversal to the whole institution and all areas of activity. The academic purposes are still very relevant, probably dominant still in many institutions, but others emerge, and I mentioned the economic and the financial dimension as one that will become certainly very important for many institutions. And particularly there is an objective which is to build congruence between what you do in the different missions. So how can we make sense if the institutions with whom we collaborate in education are very different from the ones we collaborate in research, and from the ones that we collaborate for master programs are different from the ones that collaborate in doctoral programs and bachelor programs? You know, the people are the same. And these pulverization of initiatives and activities will not add in terms of the depth and the impact. So in many ways, more than the quantity, it's much more what I call differentiated partnerships. So the focus is much more on the depth, on the impact, on the density of the relationship that you have, for instance, within this alliance, rather than just having the emphasis on how many more institutions can I collaborate with. And that means that you need to adopt a much more explicit screening of initiatives. So there is a tension, if you want to put it in a virtuous way, a dialectics between top-down and bottom-up initiatives. And the more we work in having a shared understanding about internationalization, I think we will move from this becoming a tension, instead becoming much more a dialectics. So I don't mean that you need to be absolutely strict by refusing everything that was not on your radar screen, but I think you need to be selective on this. So in many ways, what I've been trying to share with you in this after lunch session is that I think the more you make explicit that internationalization is a complex process that will, if it's supposed to have an impact in your organization, will definitely change tremendously your organization. It means that you need to make much more explicit what are the rationales, what are the objectives, what are the missions, and what are the tools that you want to use in each of these missions. And I would encourage, and I think that University Alliance are really an opportunity because of this continuous interaction and collaboration between the set of universities that are part of each alliance. And it really creates a much more favorable context, probably contrasting to everything that we have had experienced before, to this convergence between the multiple objectives, rationales, and missions in the way we approach internationalization. I've also argued that I think if we want this to be specific, internally led, and not just pushed by external pressures, you should bring your community, your territory, and your region for the discussion. And therefore, the focus should be much more not on the quantity of the partnerships, but on the quality, the depth, and the impact of these. In many ways, if I would have to summarize this, is to move from a stage where we quite often talk about internationalization in higher education, where we have international activities, but to internationalization of higher education. So we really, I perfectly understand that this is much more challenging. It will pose organizational challenges in the way you organize your programs, in the way you think about curriculum, in the way you think about teaching and learning, the dynamics that your colleagues have regarding research, not being just a sum of parts, but being much more institutionally led. I know all of these requires a lot of energy and a lot of negotiation. But my understanding, and I've been sharing this with audience similar to this one, is if we don't do this reflection, I think the European University Alliance will be a missed opportunity, and I would be very sorry for that. And I think you all be very sorry because of all the energy, all the enthusiasm, and all the effort that has been placed already on this. So I hope this was useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Pedro. And I was just thinking as you were speaking whether you have at times been in my brain and the brains of other rectors, because it's not very often that we bring together so many pieces, including the R word, the resources word, the time word, but also the strategic approach, the explicit reflection, and also the kind of conscious decisions that we need to make, which we do need to make as universities constantly and daily. I personally hadn't thought about the third mission very much. You're absolutely right. It's not part of often the international agenda or the dialogue, and that would be something that I personally will definitely take away from this and think about that more. But also, you know, your mode 1 and mode 2. And there is the economic dimension. I'm trying not to hog this now, but I just got quite inspired by things that you said. But the economic dimension, you know, this morning I was talking to a member of staff who was staying in the same hotel as me, and I do apologize. Hopefully she's not recognized from this. I was saying, you know, she's working on the WP, Widening Participation work package, and I said, you know, we are very strong at Maynooth on that, and what benefit do you think it brings to Maynooth University of us working in that package? And it was really interesting that, you know, the dimension she brought to my attention was the human dimension for herself as a person who's able to go to a different country, learn from other people, but also what she said was that it feels really nice to be in a position of a leadership position in some ways. So there are these intangibles, of course, to this. And so if you start to strictly thinking about what's the benefit and value add in an economic sense or time or resources, you miss out on those things. We all know that. Now I hand over to Laura next.
Thank you. Thank you. Is this working? Yes? No. Now? Now it's working? No? Yes? No. Okay, great. Okay, well, first of all, thank you everyone for being here, and thank you for being awake. That's wonderful. Partly you're doing, I'm sure. It's a great privilege to be here as a member of the International Advisory Board and to have an opportunity to speak to you, as I was asked, about opportunities for inclusion in the Alliance, and particularly how quality assurance can support the strategic importance of inclusion. Thank you to the University of Minho for hosting us, and of course, happy birthday. Thank you also to Pedro for raising so many important questions. And I have to thank the previous speakers because so many of the points that they raised, I was going to say, and I've decided not to see this as a problem, but to rather see this as an indication of the importance of these issues. So my understanding is that inclusion is at the heart of the Arqus mission. I looked at the mission and vision statement, and it's expressed in, without using the word inclusion, it's expressed in its commitments to the values of democracy, respect for diversity, human rights, pursuit of peace and justice in Europe and the world. And I don't think these are just glib words, as so many mission statements are. I think they are really important in the world that at the moment can be characterized by uncertainty, polarization, nationalism, chauvinism, xenophobia, and general othering. I think they're really, really important. And I think that these values, because they are about values again, are at risk at the moment. Because I think democracy itself is under threat. This year, half of the world's population is voting. More than 60 countries are having national elections. Some of them have already had them. Some of them, we heard this morning, are having them right now. And extremism is becoming mainstream. Extremism is the opposite of what I understand to be inclusion and diversity. And while there is overall political fluidity, there is evidence of a right-wing shift in Europe, in Latin America, and elsewhere. And these trends are particularly important to universities. They're not outside of universities. They're not something over there. We are knowledge creation and dissemination institutions. We reflect social trends, but we also shape them. And we make sense of the world, we interpret the world, we research, we analyze, we teach, we can inform, and we can play a role in transforming the world. And I think that's why the Arqus vision and mission actually really matters. So I scanned the 30+ documents that I was sent, Dorothy, with a little bit of help from Claude, I might add, Claude being an AI tool, to have a look and see to what extent and in what ways inclusion, diversity, and related concepts are included in Arqus documents, the ones I was sent. And of course, that's only very indicative. It doesn't tell you anything about practice. But what I found is there's a clear commitment for respecting differences. There's a clear commitment that while working towards common goals, national and institutional differences are to be respected. There's an emphasis on redress, on redressing imbalances, on tackling disparities. There was one word, one mention of social fairness, which of course I immediately wanted to know more. Fostering accessibility, gender equality, and quite a lot about student-centered learning and well-being. And there was more than one reference to DIE or DI used in different ways, diversity, equality, and inclusion. And about adopting tailored measures to support students, which of course as an educator, that's my disciplinary area, I'm particularly interested in, and I'm particularly interested to know how quality assurance mechanisms can make sure that happens, and I hope I will have a chance to talk more about that. I would recommend that one of your master's or PhD students is given the task of doing a really rigorous analysis of those documents in terms of notions of inclusion, because this was my very preliminary view. I also noticed 2 absences, and I must thank the student representative this morning for raising one of the issues that perhaps was hidden away, but I didn't see. And the first was a lack of mention to diverse epistemologies, which to my mind can only strengthen diversity, bring a richness of understanding to a very plural world. And diverse ways of understanding the world extend the dominant Western approaches, which are still the case. They deepen our shared humanity, they enlarge our understanding of the world, and they provide alternative possible solutions. So, for example, alternative understandings of our relationship with nature, which we see in different epistemologies, would be really valuable to addressing the climate crisis, just in one case. The second gap, and once again I hope that it was simply that I didn't see it, was around AI literacies. So of course everyone mentions AI, but the real issue is literacies, the kind of graduates we are sending out into the world. And if the Arqus vision of educating critical European citizens, leaving no one behind, is to be realized, then I would argue that this is one of the burning issues that we need to be thinking about for our graduates. At a point in time where we all know that fake content permeates everything, including education, and we can talk at length about the ways in which this happens. but the literacies that are required to understand, engage, and deal with that are sophisticated. And it's an inclusion issue. Quite aside from the fact that if you're going to be using these AI tools, most of them you have to pay for, and so it's the richer students who can afford it. You know, there's a whole lot of reasons why this is very important. So I would argue that this is an important issue to ensure that students are not left behind. So I commend Arqus for its existing commitment to inclusion, and I suggest that it is possible to strengthen that commitment by amplifying and deepening the current recommendations, and I read them all, Dorothy. And I can't go through every single one. I think it's possible to. But for example, in the thematic reviews in the education package, the Council recommendation on a European quality assurance and recognition system in higher education suggests incorporating cross-cutting educations like social inclusion and digital transitions. And there's an opportunity. And there are excellent examples from elsewhere. We had a colleague this morning from New Zealand. They have really important examples for us based on the Treaty of Waitangi, where Maori principles of community and environmental guardianship are included in their QA measures and systems. And there are others. Australia, Canada, you'll know about those. The Council recommendations on diversity, equality, and inclusions, interdisciplinarity, etc., all offer ways to include standards for recognizing diverse ways of knowing, for recognizing and acknowledging mechanisms of student support. And I see a lot of scope for foregrounding and growing these kinds of systems. So in short inputs like this, I can only mention a few examples. But I also think that it's possible to create new measures, new flexible measures, to demonstrate different kinds of excellence, and to look at inclusive standards around pedagogy, around curriculum, the kinds of issues that Eva raised this morning that are so important. Those are not marginal issues. Those are central issues to inclusion and participation. And there are ways of ensuring that people are not only trained to be able to engage them, but we can check that that's actually part of the system as a whole. So all of these issues can be implemented once a decision is made that this value is affirmed. And the last thing I want to say is that I really believe that quality and inclusion are not separate. They are the same thing. So excellent quality is the same as excellent inclusion. We used to have a vice chancellor at my university who said, equity and excellence are the same. You cannot have excellence without equity. You cannot have equity without excellence. And I think it's the truth here about quality. It's not like an add-on. It is the same thing. And I think once that value is affirmed, it's possible to do it.
Thank you very much, Laura, and thank you for reading all the papers that are sent to us. You may be the only one, I shouldn't say that. They are excellent papers. But also your point about, excellent quality and equality and inclusion are one thing. They go hand in glove. So that's really important to be reminded. So now I will hand over to our student. You're welcome.
Okay, yes, okay, it's good. So first of all, I would just like to address everyone and say a really, really big thank you for the University of Minho for inviting us, and of course for the Student Council as well. It's been a really big pleasure working with students and sharing ideas and exchanging various plans, and I would like to address the whole Arqus community for being so supportive and understanding, and for us creating an environment where we can exchange really important ideas. So it is truly remarkable to have the opportunity to be able to speak on the behalf of the Student Council at the conference today on a pressing matter, which is the European degree. So as a student council, we share with one another how we envision our ideal university environment. So some of the main factors influencing our ideal university environment would be quality of studies, approachable and sustainable university communities, individual and collective accountability and responsibility of academia, as well as putting focus on the crucial role of openness and the formation of a unified approach towards higher education today. We are students that are gonna have to face various problems that are present by the 21st century. So Arqus Student Council emphasizes the need for fostering international collaboration and sees the importance of interdisciplinary study programs that would equip students to handle the current challenges and opportunities posed by the 21st century higher education system. European degree is an opportunity to provide students with a broader approach to various initiatives and for us to gain the necessary competencies to enter the labor market, as well as receive qualifications that would be recognized in Europe and globally. So following this, we, with the Student Council, have prepared a couple of considerations that we feel is important to us. We spoke a lot about internalization today, and everything starts from integration. How we understand internalization is very interdependent with integration. So creating an inclusive environment which would be based on member state specific, but also a unified system of integration and providing students with a stronger foothold into their academic community. This would just ensure a more stable transition from their home university to abroad universities, as well as, in general, our native students as well into their home universities. So this being said, students, academic and non-academic staff, we also believe should go through tolerance trainings. They should take part in cultural diversity trainings so that we are better equipped to understand one another, how we communicate. And this is one of the main things that we also would like to address, that all of us in an academic community are growing as individuals, whether it be professors, whether it be students, academic, non-academic staff, we're all growing, so we should all understand that we are gaining competencies as we go. Another important thing for the integration process is when we speak about European degree, we should inform students what it is, why is it important, and what are the future pathways of governing the expansion of the study programs involved in the European degree. And this could be achieved through an introductory course of implementing it in our study programs. So going further on, acknowledging the interdisciplinary nature of the European degree, it is an imperative for us to ensure that students are exposed to career counseling, which would address the specificities of the versatile labor markets, thus guiding students throughout their study process and creating the necessary conditions for students to make critical, calculated, and sustainable decisions for their future careers. So we would also like to address the fact that we spoke quite a lot about reflection today. So implementing a concept of a reflection week, for example, so at the end of the academic semester, where students that have went through the European degree after the semester, they have a time point when they can reflect on the competencies that they've gained from this interdisciplinary degree, so that they are better able to make further decisions on their career, better decisions on the study process that they want to take part in. So reflection is a very important tool that we should all use. And this goes to, as well, not only students, but for academic staff, that we can all collectively reflect and then just start building a stronger future. So another point that we would like to address is creating a framework for the conception of international partnerships in the context of research. So where a unified approach towards internships, for example, could be taken. Internships, they have different durations, they have different enrollment specificities, but by allowing us to integrate the European degree, we would also allow research students' mobility to be more fluid and acceptive of the environment that the students go at. And this would just foster more innovation and more student-orientated research initiatives, which would help us build a stronger research-based network as a whole. The European degree should also address the global issues at hand, for example, the climate crisis, and in response, ensure that the implementation of joint study programs is carried out in a sustainable manner, which would foster a unified sustainability culture amongst member states. And this can be presented, for example, by the travel opportunities for students, providing a more green option of travel. This could be a blended mix of virtual and live study process, or making it convenient for us to travel between our Arqus Alliance members. Considering the pathways of integration of sustainability courses in each European degree program, allowing students to understand the issue at hand through the lens of their study program, so that students would be better equipped to understand and be more aware of the world around them. We need to integrate the most basic sustainability principles in our education systems, in our programs, no matter how diverse or far apart from sustainability they might be. There's always a link between the study programs that we study or that we implement in our education system. As well, we emphasize the importance of gaining a diverse and universal degree that would be composed of generally gaining competencies throughout the study process involving, for example, multilingualism. So understanding the diverse nature of the network of universities that is involved, we need to further develop language exchange systems. We need to be part of the integration process through language. Language sometimes might be the biggest step that is a barrier for integrating students into the academic community. So we need to assure that the language system that we provide is stable and sustainable. So seeing the importance of the generally recognized competencies that one can gain throughout their academic experience, it is important to also address academic writing, public speaking, communication, leadership skills, and so on. See it fit to develop a learning system where students could share their experiences and develop a network of mentors that could provide student-specific guidance for acquiring the general required competencies in future career and life developments. We need to become one another's mentors, and we need to understand the fact that students, professors, academic, non-academic staff, we need to work together in order to build those strong connections and to learn from one another to build a more sustainable future. The Arqus Student Council addresses these points and hopes that every student that will have the chance to take part in such a degree program will have a unique interdisciplinary experience that would not only enrich the individual's perception of higher education, but would also be an additional step towards shaping each university's European identity. So thank you so much to the Student Council for all their help, and thank you again to the Arqus Alliance community members for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ursula, for that. And isn't it always amazing how impressive our students are and the Student Council, because we have just witnessed the Student Council mapping out the European degree for us. You know, and it's so important that you are all involved in that. And you know, the sort of themes of interdisciplinary problem solving in a way, future-focused skills that are being embedded in your study, the integration of future work, for instance, and career opportunities. And the reflection week, of course, is absolutely critical. But I also was thinking about the previous panel and the tolerance training, I think you called it. And we were, after the panel, some of us talking over lunch and saying that it is sometimes astonishing how much intolerance there is in the world, but also even in university communities, where we pride ourselves in our ability to really think about big issues in a very broad way, in a deep way, and so on. But then through that, we sometimes narrow down too much, and then intolerance comes in. So thank you for reminding us on that. Now, as the moderator, I obviously have the opportunity to ask a few questions, but I will now alert you all that I'm only going to just ask one question, and I would then invite you to think about a few comments or questions for our keynote speaker and panel members. Pedro, you talked about the next phase of university alliances. And this is a sort of a question, and I think, Ursula, you almost started to answer it already. And let's assume for the moment that you have the ability to require the next phase of University Alliance to do some things. So you have now the power.
You don't want to go into that.
I do. I'll hand the power to all of you. And maximum three things. What would you think? What would you say to University Alliances, and maybe Arqus specifically because you are our friend? What would you like us to do?
Well, you know that when you get the genie out of the bottle, it gets more complicated to bring it back. The first thing would be linked, I'll start in a more positive or more soft tone. It's linked to what Ursula just mentioned about the European degree. And I think that in many ways, I think that would be the litmus test for the alliances. And I say that because, you know, as she clearly emphasized, there are all the substantive dimensions in terms of curricula, in terms of learning outcomes. I mean, if we really want to have a European degree, it's just not having a label. It's just not because it's awarded by several European universities, but it's much more than that. But before that, there is all the procedural dimensions. And I mean, there are many people in the room that have experience with international degrees, international collaborations, and we know how daunting that can be. And I was measuring my words, Dorothy. Think about the experience that we had with Erasmus Mundus program. You know, how much flexibility we had to introduce, the difficulty it was in terms of accreditation. I mean, the basic thing that we managed to get aligned the schedules of accreditation so that the degree could start on a specific academic year was already, in many cases, I mean, let aside the fact that the criteria quite often were different. And this is quite astonishing because supposedly there are European standards and guidelines that all accreditation agencies are actually reviewed according to those European standards and guidelines. But having reviewed several agencies across Europe, even some in Spain, several actually in Spain, each of them has different ways of understanding this. And think about how we'll manage to do the accreditation. How much mutual recognition will exist regarding accreditation. And now I will be less diplomatic. I think this will be very unbalanced because, you know, some countries, for instance, like Portugal, will be willing to recognize the outcomes of accreditation agencies from other European countries. But I'm not sure that all European agencies will be willing to. I mean, will some of the big central countries be willing to recognize if the accreditation is performed by a Southern European country, or from a Baltic country, or from an Eastern European country? And I announced that I would be less diplomatic because we have still all these stereotypes. I mean, then we'll have the issue of funding. We have the issue of fees within funding. The selection of students. How much leverage will we have? The student support mechanisms, the portability of the student support mechanisms. And I mean, I could go on. But if we really want to have a European degree, we first have to agree on all of these. Otherwise, this will be a nightmare. And I'm insisting in all these details, not because I have this previous recent political experience, so I have this bias, but because if we don't sort out these problems, most institutions that start this kind of experience will backtrack, because this will be a nightmare. And this, I mean, if this is supposed to be something that will have an enormous influence in our systems, it cannot be a nightmare. That would be, I mean, I already listed many things here. So if I can just add something. What I would ask also the members is to think, what will you stop doing in order to focus resources and time in pursuing the European degree?
Thank you very much, Pedro. And Laura, I will now hand the power to you.
Thank you. So I'm not going to answer by what the activities should be. I would like to talk about the processes. And I'm not particularly talking about Arqus in this regard. I'm talking about internationalization that involves partnerships. And this is a plea that partnerships are genuinely partnerships, that it's not another one of those words that hides unequal power relations and very often unequal resources. So very often there are unequal resources, but even in that regard, there are ways of negotiating and setting up governance structures that address them. And so I think that it's really important to put in place processes and decision-making structures that are equitable and fair. And you can tell that I'm talking like someone from the global south who has heard promises of inclusion that are really not so, to be tactful. And I would imagine in Europe, Europe is not an equal environment either. And so these principles must apply here too, I imagine.
Thank you, Laura. And then our future is in the hands of students and young people. So what would you, obviously we heard about the European degree and a bit more than that, but perhaps a few other things that you would like to see in the future of alliances.
If I may just respond really quickly regarding the European degree, for us when analyzing the blueprint, we also encountered quite a few of the problems that were mentioned, the funding and other resources that will be required. But in the process of understanding what the European degree is, we ourselves answered some of the most basic and sort of important questions that we are having problems with. Maybe, for example, right now, I'm part of a student union as my other colleagues, and we also take part in internalization and so on. But the thing is that the European degree, it forced us to put everything in perspective and start analyzing those problems and those specific guidelines in another way, and helped us understand the processes and the problems that we were experiencing. So maybe the resources should be allocated to the European degree, just because we will start answering some of the most pressing questions that we are facing right now that we don't even realize. So this was just a small remark. Otherwise, from the student council perspective, what we expect from the Alliance further on, I think maybe this might sound really, really simple, but collaboration in general, we would like to take part in more and more of the work that is being done. We would like to, have more student representatives and be more involved in the same European degree, or like making the programs as well. We would like to also see a more maybe collaborative approach, and this would ensure a more stable environment for us to grow our university communities at. So, yes.
Thank you very much. And involvement in beyond the European degree, I think that's what you're probably saying. There's all these various work packages, but there's also many other things that we need to do jointly, and the student voice is really critical in that. So thank you for reminding us that. We have time for 2 questions or comments. Any hands up? Any eager hands? Okay, we just need the microphone down here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a very difficult time to have this panel, but it was really interesting. I wanted to highlight something that Pedro said about how difficult it is to take decisions based on data in universities. Just 2 weeks ago, the Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sánchez, he presented a national office for scientific advising. So basically the plan is to incorporate researchers in ministries in order to help the technicians, their teams, to take decisions based in evidence. So basically, we have a third mission opportunity that is how to connect with our territories, with our institutions, and to help them to take decisions based on data and evidence. But when we take this into our own universities, it's difficult. It's difficult, and it's a kind of paradox, because at the end, maybe we could think, okay, we can engage researchers into management in universities, but we have already tried that. So probably what we need is like a different culture of how to take decisions based on data and on evidence. And also in another issue that Laura mentioned, that is different epistemologies. Because scientific epistemology is not the only one that we have. We need to take into account the experiences of citizens, of students, of many different stakeholders, even when we take decisions about our own universities. So probably we need to go to a kind of ecosystem, no? That is a part of this decision-taking process that from time to time we are able to test, but probably when we need to prepare another process to take another decision, we forget about that and we take just our minds as the perfect way of doing this and not the ecosystem as we already tried. So thank you.
Thank you very much. That's probably more of a comment than a question, but if colleagues want to, in the panel, want to comment on that. But I think this, we have different approaches from different national contexts within Arqus, which will give us a really kind of good fertile ground for discussion. And we have different approaches to different stakeholder voices and how we hear them. So I think that will be something quite interesting for us to think about together. Any comment on the comment that was just made? Pedro?
If I understood correctly your comment, I would say that, and I will answer with some very basic economist response, I think there is a problem of incentives. And going back to the discussion that we had this morning in the first panel, I think there is an issue of, and there is a responsibility from our side. I mean, how can we how do we expect our colleagues to be willing to engage in third mission if there is very limited, if at all, any recognition for third mission activities in terms of career assessment and career progression? And we are the ones, in many of our contexts, it's not the case in every one, but in most cases, we are the ones that define the criteria for recruitment and selection and promotion of staff. So if then we give 5% to third mission activities of the overall assessment and 60% or 55% to scientific assessment, most of which is actually publications, it's a no-brainer. The problem is that this is creating a void that on the one hand is being occupied by other actors, and I think there is a question also of relevance and legitimacy of our institutions. So I think if we don't change that, and if we don't fill that blank space, other type of institutions will will fill that. And this would apply to other dimensions that, for instance, we haven't discussed, but I think that would be relevant. I think it would also be relevant for the University Alliances, which is the issue of lifelong learning. Again, that links a lot with communities and territories. Another, I would say, very weak dimension of our activities and missions. Again, this is being filled by other organizations. And I mean, giving the expectation that a lot of the technological transformations that we're facing will reinforce the importance of lifelong learning, because as I think you all know, one of the most disturbing dimensions of the new waves of digitalization is that it's affecting not only qualified workers, but experienced workers. So people in their mid-40s, early 50s, late 30s, that will be also challenged to redesign their job content. There is an opportunity there for us, but I'm not sure we are prepared for doing this, because actually I expect the same response that you mentioned. Most of our colleagues will say, you know, why should I bother doing this? And my concern is that at some point, society and politicians will say, why should we fund institutions that are so unwilling to respond to social needs? And I'm not saying in a reactive way to business needs or labor market needs. I'm saying to social needs. You know, we're always saying that we have a public mission. But in many ways, I think these are two examples where it's much more rhetorical than actual. And I would say, actually, by bringing together, as Eva was saying, the different contexts, maybe this could be also an opportunity to learning together, because some institutions, some systems have been doing better in this regard than others. And I think this could also be an opportunity for us to renew and strengthen our social relevance and legitimacy, I would say.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? Yes, over here. Thank you.
Well, I will start. My name is... Can you hear me?
We're going to bring a microphone.
Okay. José Manuel González Méjome from the School of Science of the University of Minho. I will separate in two questions.
We cannot hear you very well.
Hello?
Yeah, now.
Hello? Now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? So, José Manuel González Méjome from the School of Science of the University of Minho. I will address two specific questions to our student in the panel and then to all, including her. First one is, do you feel that you need to have a double degree? So when you are doing a degree, do you feel that to circulate in Europe is necessary to have from the beginning a mutual recognition, or you understand as a student and your peers that that should be given? So it's something done by default, first question. Or do you pursue a double degree? The second one is, for all the panel and all the members in the meeting, do we think that talking about degrees in this meeting is a failure of, for example, Bologna Treaty, that we understood that should have a free circulation of degrees across Europe with no problem to be mutually recognized? So is there any other way to achieve that dream, that goal, the perfect European context, than starting to create double or multiple degrees, because different associations of universities will do it in different way. We will do it in a very heterogeneous way, and eventually this will end up in a chaos again. So should we explore another way to try to do Bologna again in an effective way? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So first question to Ursula.
Yeah, so thank you so much for the question. Me personally, I believe that it's important to have that as an option. I do think that it's something that's by default should be in place, not something that we should question. I think that should be by default. Remarking what you said during the second part, the chaos and how, you know, if everyone does it differently, because that's something that might happen. I think what we should take into consideration, that first of all, we need to sit down and actually understand what each of the parties want and need. It's a very small boundary between what we want and what we need. And each university has a very distinguishable stance on specific degrees, and they have different problems or in general contexts and so on. And then we can already start by mediating towards something that could be joint. We don't have to go at it really fast. It can be a slow process. But at least if we're taking one step at a time and we are achieving some sort of result, in my eyes, that's already a victory. And I believe in my student council fellows as well. So, yeah.
Thank you for that. Any other comments from panel members?
So, I mean, I don't know enough about the specifics, but I know that the dream of transferability is a dream that all universities, all regions share. And we have lots of examples of failure that I can share with you, which we don't generally share, but there's something to be learned from that. I do think there are other ways of achieving those kinds of transferabilities, and I think sometimes they're quite small. Because sometimes the ambition is very large, and sometimes they can be gained in a smaller way, which will then add up into something bigger. So that's not a full answer, but the answer is yes, there are ways, but not necessarily the grand ambitions, because the grand ambitions often fail.
And Pedro.
Okay. I understand part of your skepticism, and in many ways, I think we could have a long discussion about how many Bolognas there were, because in many ways each country, I mean, even within each country there were different understandings, because, I mean, I would have refrained from making comments about Spain, how much you were misaligned with the rest of Europe regarding the length of first degrees. But, I mean, in terms of Portugal, first cycle degrees range from 3 years to 4 years, and then we invented this integrated master that is quite peculiar, and that actually in many ways is completely contradictory to the idea of institutional and disciplinary mobility that Bologna was supposed to. And it took a lot of time, and still some professions, some areas resisted. And there is nothing in the requirements, even in terms of professional requirements, that demand that this needs to be an integrated master, because the European guidelines, what they demand is that X number of years and X number of credits to access the profession. It doesn't mean that needs to be all done in the same institution and in an integrated program. But that's, I mean, we could have a long discussion about that. Having said that, probably, and again, this, I would need more time to justify this, probably there wouldn't be any European university initiative if it wasn't for Bologna. And I think the process that we've done of bringing our systems much closer in terms of formal requirements, much less in terms of content, much less in terms of pedagogical and curriculum dimensions. And that's why I think we're having this discussion about, you know, what it means to have a European degree. And we still feel very different in many ways the way we understand this, but still the fact, I mean, the progress that we made in terms of creating a European higher education area, I think was tremendous, and created a context that made possible this kind of initiatives, and also this kind of thinking about the way institutions relate. So I think that actually, yes, we could make a discussion about which points of Bologna we left aside, or it was much more difficult to attain. In many ways, the advances were much more in terms of the formal issues rather than content, or the pedagogical and curriculum dimensions, but I think still it was a very important step for the fact that what we're doing. Again, actually, what we can learn, you said, we can learn a lot from failures. Maybe we should revisit Bologna and see, you know, how much of the expectations were unfulfilled, so that we don't fool ourselves with the European University Initiative or don't fail into the same mistakes.
Thank you very much. I'm old enough to remember Bologna and when it happened, and the excitement and amazement, you know, that we actually managed to get something like this through the European Union context. And now I sort of reflect on it, and I think it's part of a bigger picture. It's just one piece. Well, and I think we may have given it perhaps too much, not importance, but so elevated it to a position that it may not belong. Because ultimately, I think it's there, I believe it's there, the European degree is there, or double degrees and so on. They are there to advance integration and connection and understanding. So if that is our big goal, then European double degrees is one pillar of that, but there are many other pillars. And we need to then think about how we bring all of that together. But we're giving it a lot of thought at the moment, and I think the ideas that our student has brought and the Student Council have brought to us are really valid. But is there going to be, like talking about what Pedro spoke earlier about volume, for instance, making choices of what you do and not do. So in my university, for instance, we are thinking about to what extent will we be part of the European degree, what is here we go, the value for investment, all of those sort of questions are really important, because bringing something like that together is a significant undertaking by staff and students. So it didn't quite turn out to be what we thought when Bologna came about, but I think it's still there, and it's an important piece of that, taking steps towards greater integration and understanding, cultural understanding. So we have now come to the end of our time. So could I ask you, please, to thank our keynote speaker and our panel members. And I look forward to seeing you at the gala dinner. Thank you.
This plenary session has come to an end. Thank you very much for your attention. Today's work will continue with the Arqus board meeting at the Building 2, after the coffee break. We'll see you tomorrow at the last plenary session of the conference. See you there. I would like to note that at the end of the day, we will have a reception at Bom Jesus, but we will have buses to take you to the end of the plenary. Thank you.